in brand new Euphoria Spa just 3 minutes from Bellagio. You can enjoy it with swimming pool, saunas, fitness, massages. It's free of charge for chess players. We are at your disposal from 8 to 10 every day.
Chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM. Smarter. At GlobalCell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. GlobalCell supports over 190 countries. GlobalCell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
Hello everyone, welcome to the last round of the European Team Chess Championship played in Batumi, Georgia. Earlier a bit than previous rounds, but players are on time. Most of them games are about to start. Final round, decisive rounds for medals and other top places. So let's go to the playing hall. Let's see what is about to happen. Keti was searching for some material which she will share later with us. What we can see that games are ready to be started. Regarding players, you can see both above up left corner, it's Azerbaijan who is leading the field versus Serbia. Then below them, Ukraine versus England. England saving the match yesterday with a miracle performed by Gavin Jones. Then up right corner in the women's section, we have leaders Poland playing versus Azerbaijan and Armenia versus Ukraine. The games have started, handshake, and the drama is about to develop. So interesting. We will check the standings, pairings, and all other details a bit later, but let's stay now with the camera to follow this moment. What I can share is that Mamedjarov is not playing versus Pretke, who has suffered few losses which affected his play. So Pretke losing, as I said, some games. 3 in a row versus Giri, Gurel and Kamer. Tough opponents, also losing versus Teodoru. Only 3 draws, but other play 3 draws out of 8 rounds, but out of 7 rounds, sorry, but other players are performing very well. Robert Markush is back. You can see him on the last board, while Azerbaijan is playing in their main lineup with Suleimanli on the 4th board. Muradli has played only 4 games with 2 draws as his result. Below them, you can see a newcomer after few rounds to Ukrainian team, where Korobov is now back. 2 games, he's playing board number 2. Volokitin is resting after yesterday's painful loss, while England is there in their main lineup. In the women section, Fatalieva Ulvia, main player of Azerbaijan team, she's resting today after a loss, her first loss in yesterday's round. So in Azerbaijan team, we have Beydulayeva, Mamadova, Balayeva and Alahverdieva coming after 3 losses. But yeah, she's playing. Beydulayeva basically was resting yesterday. And below them is Armenia versus Ukraine, where they are resting Gaponenko. Ukraine and Armenia is practically in their main lineup. Gevorgyan is not playing today for Armenia. So things heated up. Let's show the results, standings, pairings, to give you some insight about the current situation. So we have results from yesterday round. So let's show the graphics. we have team results from yesterday round. So, Ukraine lost versus Azerbaijan. England in a drama, saving an important match point. Serbia was leading after Sarana's first win for the national team with the black pieces, but Keimer was German hero. Romania suffered a tough defeat since they were having a really good position in that match. Armenia, Turkey, it was level. Spain won versus Bulgaria in a tough last game. And many others. Greece is out of the contest for top places, and Italy is there in the last round where they probably wanted to be. This is very important in this event. It's not so important what you're doing in the middle or start. It's very important that in the last few rounds you are at the top. Let's check the next matchup. So Croatia versus Denmark is a tough matchup. It was 2-2. Also Lithuania, Georgia, even Austria. It's not easy to win. Israel losing. Regarding board results, Mamedov was Azerbaijan's hero, but it's interesting that each round other player is delivering. Mamedov was yesterday's hero, prior to that Safari, so Azerbaijan is doing a very good job. Also stopping Kovalenko. Kovalenko's streak was very important, so kudos for Eltaj. Then in Netherlands, 4 draws, although Warmerdam was winning in the end, but misplayed the end game. Then we can see that in other matches, it was so tight, very close. Sargsyan winning a last game versus Sanal, which was a masterpiece. Ufa, as I mentioned, winning versus Dimitrov, and you can see that in other matches it was very close, balanced. Georgia too is the story of this championship. They are really performing much above the expectations. Regarding the standings, you can see that Ukraine is still leading the field, but they were catched by Azerbaijan. We will touch this topic regarding other things. Then we have Netherlands. If teams are sharing the place, then we have the Sonneborn. It's important how heavily you were scoring against some teams. Then it's very level, I would say. From place number 3, we can go on to place number 11. It's so leveled that it's really hard to predict. We will see a lot of changes in the table after this match or matches. Regarding pairings, Azerbaijan is paired versus Serbia, very leveled and balanced. Ukraine versus England, Germany, Netherlands, and many others who are facing tough opponents. And then we can check the second part of the table. You will see also quite interesting matches. For example, Bulgaria versus Moldova can be tricky. Denmark, Iceland, not an easy match. Belgium versus Croatia. So it's still tough, although you are paired in the second part of the table. Regarding individual pairings, of course, Mehmet Yara will push hard versus Sarana, and he is a favorite there. It will be important for Serbia to hold there. Injic is capable of winning versus Mamedov with white pieces. Ivic to hold versus Safarli. So it will be also important to see, is Markuš ready with the white pieces to push on the last board regarding Robert Markuš. He was 26-60 at some point. So regarding his tournaments, started with a win in the first round, then making a draw versus Rager, losing to Samonenkov, and he hasn't played for a while, so playing first, second, fifth round, and now he's here. I would love to get back pairings of second match, so Ukraine versus England. Here, I would say it will be very balanced, and board number 3 will be for sure fire on board. So Kovalenko, Gevenjos is the game to follow. Maybe we will see King's Indian. Germany versus Netherlands, it's a tough matchup, really tough. All 4 boards can be on fire. Moving to Spain, Rapport versus Hungary. Rapport took a rest yesterday. It's very balanced and also quite tough to predict. Regarding Italy, Romania, this is more interesting. Romanians are favorite, but Moroni can hold versus Deac, Vucaturo versus Nisipeanu as well, Lodici. So I believe here that last board, Gavrilescu versus Sonis, will be decider. And we have Georgia to, like, story of the tournament versus Armenia. It looks that Armenians are huge favorites, but anything can happen. Going to the second part of the table, we can say that Gurel versus Teodoru is very interesting game. Of course, both teams will be very motivated. Here it's hard to say what will happen since all 4 boards are quite interesting. Georgia 1 versus France. Of course, some teams are not so happy. Regarding Slovenia versus Lithuania. Lithuania is a tough opponent, although they are not like heavily rated. Fedoseev lost the game yesterday, so he's not in a great shape, I believe. So let's go with the camera to the playing court women's section. We will touch later. We can also maybe at some point add individual scorers in the open section, best players performing in this championship. Yeah, regarding individual scorers, best players on each board, let's just show you that info. So Kramer is doing fabulously on the board number 1. Rapport is right behind together with Mamediaro and Giri. That means that they show their strength in this event. Regarding some unexpected personal results, we can say that Kazakuski is doing very well from Lithuania, but regarding those top 10, we cannot say that there are some surprises. Maybe that Fedoseev is missing a bit, all others, Shirov, I don't know. Aleksenko is having a bad tournament, so that's some surprising result from his personal side. Let's move on with the board number 2. Here, Fres is doing very well. Yesterday he has scored the win in like less than an hour. I'm happy about him. He's the player I like to follow and hang on. Jordan is doing good again. Also very nice players who is entertaining but also super polite. So nice to see him back. Serrana was having a tough period recently. Nisipianu playing very well. Montenegro, Petrov, Nikita. It's a bit surprising result from his side, but he's really doing very well. Peter Leko, all draws. So for him, it's not easy to score a victory. Svane Rasmus having a tough tournament. Mickey Adams as well. So these are small surprises. Regarding board number 3, yesterday Gawain Jones has managed to make a draw, which was fabulous result, an important miracle for England team. Here we can say that I don't know, some players are surprisingly here, like Kuoparadze, like Finek maybe, but all others are fine. Matthias Bluebaum having a tough tournament, which is a small surprise. Dragnev, Shubel, they're struggling. And the board number 4, Kovalenko is having a really fabulous tournament, doing a great job, as well as Lodici, Sanal, some players struggling like Yufa, Sugirov. So this is the case. And regarding the substitutes, Samonenko doing very well. And there are some players struggling like Hakobian. This is something happening. Okay, so let's go to the playing hall with the camera. Let's check the cameras full screen. So this is the situation. So let's see the situation. We can also bring a board to start discussing the games. So this is Mamedyarov Serrana, very popular Ragozin. Queen b3, a small sideline, and this is the current state of affairs. Serrana thinking. Then we have Injic versus Mamedov. Injic will try to push as much as possible. This actually is slight plus for white usually, but these days everything is possible to be played. And then we can move on with Safarli versus Ivic. It's already a super complicated battle. Long castle. Ivic is very well prepared, but also is Eltash, so it will be a mess. And we have Markus versus Soleimani. Okay, it won't be easy for Aydin if Robert starts to play this slow game with Fianchetto. He has a strength to press. So at the moment looks quite balanced, and I'm not sure that anything is tangible yet. Moving on to other games, so let's check match number 2, which is Ukraine versus Vityugov, Ponomare versus Vityugov, but it looks like it's heading to a solid game, both players having a very nice tournament. Ruslan holding on the first board, all draws, man on the mission, while same goes for Nikita, but with 1+. So he's even there to win. If it's possible, Korobov is very entertaining player. And here we have Miki heading for something of bet already, but Korobov replying in the same manner. Hard to say. Probably taking on f6 is not the best, so he will move the bishop, I don't know, somewhere, I believe. Taking on f6, I don't see this is something, but okay, can be played. And then c3 and slow game, Mickey Adams style. Which takes us to the board number 2, where we have Svane versus Jordan. I don't know, very like classical. Board number 3 is Kovalenko versus Gavin Jones. Okay, a slight surprise. Okay, something similar to King's Indian, but I was expecting King's Indian. Okay, still a normal stuff, but this will be the decisive game. Kovalenko, Gavin Jones, and how about McShane Luke versus Samonenkov? Of course, Luke will push hard. It's Petrov. It's not surprising that Oleg went for this line where he needs to hold on his board. Then we can move to another match, Keimer versus Giri. Top players in action. It's Germany versus Netherlands. Things are super serious, and we have this London system. And h5, that's an interesting move. It shows that Giri is also there to play active. Svane versus no, this is actually how I ended up in this. So I missed one game. Sorry, my bad. I went to Svane this game somehow. I don't know. I already touched this one. Let's check Bluebaum versus Luke Van Valley. He's back to board, and Bluebaum playing a sideline. Usually people take on c4 in this anti-Meran, which was played by Karpov and by many others, and here a4 was played. I know that there is this line, bishop e2, for example, and then when black takes this move or later, then there is this a4, knight d2, knight c4 plan. But I didn't know this move order with queen on c2. And then let's move on. Let's see the last board. Frederick Svane drawn his white pieces yesterday against Ivic, not pressing, not achieving anything. So let's see if he can do something with the black pieces today versus Erwin Lamy. Next match is Hungary versus Spain. Richie Rapport is back versus Chigaev, and we have this G5 move. Shirov is not there, but Chigaev is one of the best prepared players, and King H1 was just played. Very interesting. The idea was to surprise his opponent, and now Maxim is thinking he's super prepared. As I've said many times, he is the one who is always enjoying good positions. We have our poll in the chat, so don't forget to subscribe to the ECU YouTube channel to be able to write in chat, to get notified, to vote. And we have a poll: who will win the European Team Chess Championship in the open section, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, or someone else? Regarding other games in this match, Petr Leko is playing David Anton. With the black pieces is Leko. I don't believe that anything besides draw will happen here, but maybe I'm wrong. Then we can go to Banush versus Yufa. It's a King's Indian, which is always nice to see. Usually people play here either c6 or a5 or bishop d7, queen c8 line, but here h6 was played and then h5. This is something superbly, because I'm not familiar with this motif. Why h6 and then h5 is an important nuance. Don't know. Then I know that at some stage white can even play f3, but here f4 was probably the idea. Very curious. Gledura versus Santos Latassa. This is already a mess. King's Indian with Semish line. They are just blitzing the moves, and who will stop to think first? It's hard to say. Let's go full screen in this position. Let's check what's going on, because I don't see players seated. So both players are quite happy with the opening outcome, which is a bit strange, but that's how it is. Getting board back, so that we can switch to another match, which is Italy versus Romania. I mentioned that the last board will be a decider. Here a normal position for white in Moroni versus Deac. Deac will play safe. Then Nisipianu versus Vocaturo. I believe that this will be similar. Lodici versus Lupulescu, a little bit more challenging. And we have Sonis versus Gavrulescu. I believe that this game will be the one deciding. And I think that's we can go to the next match. Is Georgia 2, surprising team. What's funny that we will see Giga Koparaze playing Gabriel Sargsyan. Let's bring the board back. So here we have very interesting situations already. So a sideline, Hovhannisyan is playing first board, Shant is resting, and bishop f6, knight c3 just been played, and e4, and it seems that Georgian player has managed to catch Robert unprepared. Very curious to see what will happen because d4 is not the move you want to make. Then we have board number 2, Martirosyan playing Tutisani this line with the white pieces, because now after bishop e6, for example, there is this queen sacrifice, which favors usually 3 pieces. So after queen b3, black needs to do something to jump, sometimes even to h5, and then try to push c5. Current estimation of game accuracy is 100%, which is cool. Then we can move on to the next board where we have a legend, Giga Koparadze. Why he's a legend? Because I think he has spent, in average, in his life and career, I would say like 50% less than others grandmaster. So his day in the office is usually much, much quicker than some others, which is cool. So Giga blitzing, you can see him, board number 3 against Gabriel. Gabriel will of course stop and think for a while, but Giga won't do the same. Board number 4, Irakli Ahmediani versus Aram Hakobian. This game is very interesting since we have this IQP position. Queen is on h5, a little bit misplayed, but it's fine position. Of course, when Keti comes back, she will tell us more about Georgian players, but at the moment, let's see what do we have left. Gurel versus Teodoru, very interesting. This is, I think, Rouser. Yeah, Rouser with g6. No one is playing this for long, but it's of course possible to play. Teodoru is very well prepared. That's an interesting matchup. Unfortunately, we don't have them on the camera, I believe. Greece versus Turkey, but maybe we will find them later. Games are normal till the moment. Then Georgia 1 versus France. France will try to win that match and to end up in a positive manner. Fedoseev needs to push versus Kazakuski, but of course he's not the one who is super happy with his result. Pehac, is he ready to deliver another upset versus Wojtaszek this time? And yeah, a lot of things to follow today. Maybe we should switch to women's section. Let's check what do we have there. Let's go with the camera number 1, where we have Poland in the women's section. So in the women's section, as we mentioned, Azerbaijan is also playing on board number or match number 1. So maybe we should add some graphics to inform you about the situation in the women's section. Yesterday's results first, team results, and then we can move on with other info. So Poland won 3-1 versus France, getting closer to their desired result, winning this championship. Ukraine, Georgia was very tough. Germany, Armenia had some easier day. Azerbaijan versus Romania, it was not so easy. Bulgaria, Hungary, the same. Then you can see in the second part of the table that For example, Estonia, they're having a fantastic player, Narva Mai, but still they're struggling to win the match. Serbia got back to the route, but for others it was not so easy. Let's see the board results. So Malteskaya won very convincingly, same as Coulon Claudia in a great manner. Osmak did a great job winning versus Zagnidze, and Wagner Tsolakidu was a true game. Then Fatelia Burmaga was a long game, very interesting one. Also Stefano versus Galjoka was a masterpiece in the opening. Sarasadet having a tough game versus Unuk, ending up in a draw. Padelka Olga losing versus Alexandra Kostenyuk. Alexandra is playing fabulously this event. Bodana won in a very nice manner. Then let's see team pairings for today. So you can see that Poland is playing. Maybe we can first check a rank or standings of the teams prior to the pairings. So you could see that Poland is leading the field, but still Germany and Ukraine can catch them, and for others it's unclear which spot they can take. You can see that in the second part of the table there are some very strong teams on the bottom, like Serbia, Hungary, Italy. So it's not so simple at all. Georgia 3 is an interesting team, as well as Georgia 2. Then team pairings, we can show that today Poland and Azerbaijan is very important for Armenia, for Ukraine and Germany, because Azerbaijan needs to stop Poland so that Ukraine and Germany, they get the chance to catch them or overtake, but it won't be easy to win versus Armenia and Bulgaria. Second part of the table, you see that, yeah, it won't be easy even for some teams like Netherlands, Italy to climb back. Regarding board pairings, let's show the board pairings on the regarding board pairings, yes, we have Gashtinskaya versus Balaeva. Alina will try to push as much as she can. Second board will be so Gashtinskaya versus Balaeva, as I mentioned, it will be very interesting. Second one as well. Claudia is not the one who is playing like something dry, so that last board will be also super interesting. In Armenia, Ukraine, Elina can win her game versus Natalia. Also, Ushenina is capable of winning, so it's still hard to say. Germany, Bulgaria, not an easy matchup for Germany at all on all boards. Then if we can move on, Zagnidze versus Kadalmashari, Sarasadet, unclear game on the first board. Other ones also quite interesting. Georgia 2 versus Switzerland, to see how first board will develop. Also an interesting matchup. Then in next matches you see that, for example, Tsolakidu versus Bulmaga, that will be very interesting. They have a long history. Inac also, she's trying to get back. So quite a complicated situation. Regarding best scorers, Narva Mai doing fantastic job on the first board, but Tsolakidu and Kashlistakaya, Kostenyuk, Sopik also, they're having a great tournament. Olga losing yesterday's game, but still in top. Then in the second board, list, Ushenina performing very well. We have also some others who are doing quite well, but basically this is expected. On board number 3, Olivia Kulbasa leading the field. We can see that, yeah, there are some players we are not used to see performing so well, but still they are doing quite well. Then the next board, board number 4, you can see that Azerbaijan, Georgia, Ukraine, these are the teams, but there are also some newcomers. And on the last board, player to keep an eye on is Bodana for England. She is there on the list. And Božena Pidubna. Pidubna was 2 years ago leading the European Championship after I think 4 or 5 rounds, which was at that time a big story. So getting back to the boards, let's bring the camera on and let's check what do we have already in the games. So Kashlinskaya versus Balalaeva. It's slight plus for white, but it seems to me not more. So something didn't develop so well. Yeah, they're playing this lawn at c4. I can maybe advise you that you take a look of Mastro Vasilis, but against whom he was playing. Mastro Vasilis versus Suleimanli, if I'm not mistaken. Or Saf. I think Suleimanli, that game ended up in a draw, but Mastro Vasilis was pushing. Here, that game developed a little bit differently. Here, instead of taking, white did some move, I don't know, maybe rook e8, and then knight f6, bishop f6, b4 was played. This is the thing. Or maybe bishop b7 was played here, and then knight f6, bishop f6. I think this was the way in Mastro Vasilis versus Suleimanli, ending up in a draw, but white was completely winning. Maltseskaja versus Beidulaeva, an isolated pawn. Black is having a normal position. Kurbasa versus Mamadova, that's not a normal position. But the line is quite popular, taking on g7 and d5. So white is collecting a pawn while black is having a serious counterplay, and we have Claudia Coulon against Alahverdieva, which is in the opening phase after taking e5 is probably the idea with the pressure. So Claudia is thinking. Let's move on. Let's see the next match between Armenia and Ukraine. So Lilith Mrkchian versus Julia Osmak. Lilith having a tough tournament, losing 3 games, making 3 draws, while Julia having a very good tournament, only losing to Kashlinskaya. Okay, this is a mess. How this developed. Greenfield and Mariam is playing this position, but it looks better for white, so I don't know what was the prep. Maybe it's possible to play this way, but I like that white. If I would be white, that this c pawn is a passer. Daniel Jan versus Zhukova. Yesterday, Elina almost. Yeah, but no, yesterday she lost, but 2 days ago. That was really super interesting how she managed to hold. Let me just briefly check. Elina, something is trying to recall. Yeah, she managed to hold yesterday, so that was a really good result. Then we have Gavoyan versus Pidubna. This looks very strange. Hang on, what is Suzik doing? King's Indian, and she took on e4. But this is bad. So I'm really surprised that black went for it, because this is just known as bad for black. So let's go full screen. Looks to me that Ukraine is having like not a winning advantage, but very close to, because this is known that white can put like a super pressure here. f4 will happen, queen will go to c3 in some stage, or rook e3 will happen to protect the rook. Here knight f6 is a threat. So I don't know what is black up to. Let's check next match. We have a long castle in this position in Bulgaria versus Germany. Dinara Wagner going for a long castle in this position. That's super brave against Antoaneta. So I'm really surprised. Long castle looks like a suicidal attack, but yeah, Dinara is very brave and she's not afraid to enter that kind of positions. In Krsteva versus Klek, okay, this is the line I was analyzing like 15 years ago, known as better, slightly better for white, but Ivan Sokolov has shown me some lines, and then I was analyzing this deeply when he was preparing and playing in Vaikanze. I was his second, and this was at that time like dubious for black, but it was not so simple. Here they are blitzing the moves, and white is better, but she needs to find a way how to keep up. Then we have board number 3 with Josephine Safarli versus Toncheva. Slightly better for white, but not much is happening. And the last board, Schulze versus Radeva. Normal game for both sides. Probably a good choice for white. Regarding matches we don't have on the camera, for example, Zagnize versus Sara Hadem, slightly better for white. Ivan Chefarinov was our guest in the studio yesterday, mentioning that this position is, of course, super topical today. Nino Batsiashvili, actually, when I was coming to the broadcast, entering the studio, I was in the elevator. She was just going to her game. So she's in a good mood, playing versus Sabrina Vega. Her tournament ups and downs, but a little bit more ups. So winning, and today she seems to be in her prep. What else to keep an eye on? Georgia 2 versus Switzerland, so Sokoko Kokashvili versus Kostenyuk. This is the game to follow, to see will she be able to perform another upset or miracle. I'm quite curious to see how will Alexandra play against this kind of opponent, lower rated but in a fantastic shape in this tournament. So the game to follow. So I suggest that we make a small tour with the cameras, one by one, full screen, that you grasp the situation, and then we can have a short break to check is something on. I see Kovalenko watching Serbia versus Azerbaijan, so that means that in his game he's not on the move. Players are seated mostly, only Mamedov is walking. Then let's move on. In Ukraine versus England, all 4 players from England are there, seated, deep in thoughts, while 2 Ukrainians with the white pieces, Kovalenko and Ponomarev, are walking around. Then if we move on to Germany versus Netherlands, only Lamy is seated, others are walking. Of course, a lot is on stake, possible medals, possible recognition, even some financial awards after the championship, so players are very motivated. Let's move on to Hungary versus Spain. You can see Rapport seated, only Leko is walking, Chigaev strolls and contemplates about his position, Gledura deep in thoughts. We can move on with Italy. As I predicted, the last board is crucial. All Romanians are seated. Then Georgia, to the story of the tournament. We can see that Kwaparadze, of course, is not on the move while Sargsyan is thinking. Then we can go to first board. This is Bulgaria, which is third board. Let's go to the first board in the women's section. Poland is playing on the first board versus Azerbaijan. All 4 ladies from Poland are there. Armenia, Ukraine, we already mentioned, and Bulgaria versus Germany. So it's a moment that we make a break. Players will start to think a bit more. Opening phase is over, and I believe that I will manage to find our dear Keti Tsatsalashvili. She's somewhere around the playing hall. If you spot her somewhere on the camera, let me know, but I think that we will find her and bring her back. So let's have a short break. And we are back, and Keti is back. That's important.
Hello, Alojzije, hello everyone. This is our last day, and I can feel it, you know. A lot of people are just tired. They want to go home. Obviously, it has been long, very tough competition, but there are some people who might want to go, but they still have to do one last task here to play their very important games, especially on the top boards. And I was in the venue and I sensed that everyone is so tense. I think today everyone is extra tense, you know?
So let's go to open section. Let's go to Hungary versus Spain, because I've noticed that there was a piece sacrifice. Okay, it's not a real piece sacrifice, but a move which is putting a big pressure towards Petr Leko. And David Anton seems to be in his preparation, that he just launched this after e6. He didn't move his knight. He played bishop e3, and after knight c6 came this bishop c5, and after ed, if you take ed, he will get the piece back. Queen is coming to e4 at some stage. So he just played rook c8. And rook e1 is on the board. So how do you untangle? How do you castle in this position? I'm quite curious, and Leko is seriously long time. Keti, is this maybe a big chance for Spain? at the board where we were all expecting something much more solid to happen.
Yeah, this is actually the start that obviously I don't want to have with the black pieces. You have your king in the center, can't really see the easiest way to castle. And also the timing that we have in this game, 1 hour and 24 minutes for David Anton. Seems he's in a very happy, it's his home preparation, he knows what he's doing. His game moves are very easy to make, right? And then on the other side of the board with black pieces we have Peter Leko, who is actually on a low on time. And you know what? Peter is not an active player as David Anton. David Anton is still playing a lot of classical chess. Peter is mostly coaching these days, and he's not that active anymore. And very often when you face a very active player, you just think like, am I just walking into his preparation? And Peter seems to be very much worried here. This is what the time tells me.
What do you think is maybe the problem that he's not used to play? Okay, 9 rounds, I think he missed one today.
Do you know what is his result?
Yeah, all draws.
Yeah.
All draws, but he was playing not all the rounds, I think, that he skipped 1 round.
He has played, this is his 8th round, so he has skipped 1 round. Yeah, that's right.
Hang on. No, no, he played all the 9 rounds. This is wrong info.
Really?
So this is his, sorry, you're right. Round number 2. He didn't play, so you're right. Yeah. You're right. Sorry, my bad. So he missed only one round, which for a player like him, so from round number 3, he has been playing all the time. So maybe this is
and also
starting.
on the high boards, right? Second board, not necessarily the last boards. Sometimes in some teams they have last boards 2,400 players that you can just relax a little bit.
And I think this is his second black game. So in last 5 rounds, 4 blacks. So this is something which is not easy to grasp. It's funny, for example, that Gledura, if I'm not mistaken, Sugirov had 5 blacks in a row.
Oh wow!
That's really tough.
Oh wow!
That's really tough to
That's
handle.
a lot of commitment for the team, you know, to accept to have 5 blacks.
Let's go with the camera. Let's sense how worried Leko is. It seems to me that he's very worried.
Look at his, he's deep in thoughts, having the head, hands over the head, thinking, calculating. Alojzije, I was just thinking, if I was here and it's just what I'm going to play, and I thought something like 95 is such a great move. I'm attacking bishop. I want to cut the e file to take the knight on d5. And I just made a few moves here.
Okay,
and
so let's bring the board, 95.
And after 95, you have bishop e7.
Okay.
Attacking the queen. And also, the bishop doesn't want to go there. And well, you also control f6 square, right? So somewhere knight f6 will be a serious threat to even win the piece. So here queen d7 is not that easy move to make.
Yeah.
You have to do something like queen a5, because after queen d6.
Okay, knight f6, I think,
and
just wins.
very likely you win the piece or exchange.
Yeah.
So that's why black has to go queen to a5 to guard the knight, and then you have b4. And you know, this queen is not having the very happy game.
But I believe here, Keti, that instead of b4,
Yeah.
there should be like a few more moves. Putting pressure.
There are a lot of good moves here for white.
So it's not something that is desirable for black. So can he do something else? So not to move this knight on c6, because to me it looks that this is like the main piece in black's position. So I don't know, is it possible to play some move like f6 and hide the king on f7, or maybe bishop e5? I'm trying to find a move move which.
Yeah, you know, the problem with f6 is that then the whole pawn structure is just so
h5
weak,
will come.
something like calm move knight f4 will do the thing there.
So how he moves his king? Where to hide it?
I think it's a perfect time to check with the engine. What's the best option here? The engine says you can take it to pawn on b2.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
I'm not
something
quite sure
unexpected.
about this. Well, the thing is that if rook moves away, then you can play b6. And the bishop from b2 controls a3 square, so white's bishop cannot retreat back on a3. So this is the engine's choice, but after bishop to b2, like, do we really need to worry about this exchange? Maybe we can give up the exchange and have the dark square bishop off the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a critical game. So let's go to Georgia 2. Since there we have pressure launched by Giga Koparadze, who is not spending any time, and he's playing versus Gabriel Sargsyan. So this was the position. And in few moves, he just launched a severe attack.
And that's very nice. The battery to the king side. This is so unpleasant when you're playing to the opponent who is not even thinking, right?
But for me, it's cool that Giga is not the one. There are some players who makes move and then they stand up and so. But he's basically thinking on opponent's time.
Yeah, I think this is a criminal act to just do like he makes it look like a criminal act. But you know what, Alojzije, I played against a grandmaster. He's I think Indian grandmaster. You guys know it in the chat for sure because you were supporting me so badly that day. So I was streaming my game. We were playing in Spain, and for 3-4 hours, I have not stood up from my board. Because I have not played chess for a long time, and back then when I was playing, it was a rule that when it's your move, you cannot stand up, right? You have to make the move and then stand up. When it's already your move, you can't. But these days, the guys told me, no, this is not a rule. Like, you can just stand up and do whatever you want. I could not go to grab water. I could not grab tea. I could not go to the restroom. It was a pure torture for me. And I was feeling so exhausted. And also, it's just not pleasant because when you're thinking, you're making the move, your opponent just makes in a second. Like, sometimes he was not even writing down the moves, he was making right away the move in a classical jazz. And I was feeling so exhausted after that day. There was only one moment when he was walking, I was completely lost. And I made the move, I stood up and I never sat down after time agreement. I didn't resign, I dropped my thumb down to 1 seconds, and then I was like, okay, whatever, because can you imagine how far we went in that match? Because I did that.
Crazy.
I was just walking, you know,
Yeah.
I knew I lost that game. But I didn't resign, you know, and both of us, and he was very surprised. He was just sitting and looking at me, and I was like, seriously? Like, you're looking at me? So it was like this kind of moments. Now it's funny, but when I was playing, I was exhausted with the whole situation. But as you said, Giga, in this case, he also likes to just walk, sit down, and I don't know how frustrating it is to play against Giga. I have never played.
No, yeah, Gabriel is on 30 minutes, and he's just made the move, if I'm not mistaken.
What is the
Not
move?
yet.
I don't see.
No, he's thinking. So if he moves his rook, is there a sacrifice coming?
Rook where, for instance, c7, c8.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
Is there some rook e6 sacrifice coming? Probably not. Yeah, probably that won't
because
happen.
the pawn on f6 is hanging.
So rook f4 just played.
Rook f4. That's a good move.
He wants to collect the f pawn. And Giga thinking for a long time and making a move. Bishop d5 in a second.
Wait, do you know what's the funny move here? You can actually make a draw here with knight to
Really?
h5.
Crazy.
Knight h5 in this position.
So
Instead of bishop d5.
in this position, knight h5.
The point being that if you take this knight, there's a queen g7 and there's a check and the rook is hanging. Let's say rook goes on h4. Yeah. Here you have few options. You can play either knight g7 or you can play g4, and that gets really crazy.
Yeah, knight g7 it's a move probably which springs to mind. So Giga played bishop d5 and just stood up.
Oh, I see the chess.com gives the 2 exclamation mark, like brilliant move. But maybe it's just exaggerating.
Crazy stuff. Gabriel is now deep in thought. "29 minutes. Yeah, finally we have Giga on the camera as well. I don't know, maybe you can share some more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know Giga ever since I played chess. He's a bit older. Of course, I know all this, especially like elder generation than me. I know them because they were already playing. So I was, as a little kid, I remember them. And he has been always very talented player. But you know, living in Georgia at that time, early 2000s, the kids who were living in Tbilisi had much more edge because we had tournaments, we had coaches there, and Giga is from the region where they have actually very nice chess traditions, but they don't have tournaments. So for a long time, he was a very strong player, but not having opportunities, which is so important in any sport, in anything. Opportunities is so important. So. And also he's the generation of Joby, for instance, at Pansulaya. We also had Izoria. Do you know him?
Yes,
Izoria?
of course. He's in US. He was a great player.
Yeah,
great.
So
26, 50, fantastic player.
Yeah, so a lot of people who used to play chess knows him. He quit chess quite early. Recently played some events in US and people were like, oh, Zuyat. They were so surprised, but for us it was a normal thing.
And I played also in many tournaments in Greece and US with Gelashvili.
Oh, he was my coach. He's one of my favorite coaches I ever had. So then with Giga he disappeared at some point. You know, he had his job, his business, and then we could just see him once in a while. But you know what? Still, he's living in his hometown. Once in a while, we have tournaments in Tbilisi. He comes, he wins, and he leaves the same day. So this is the kind of player. And I believe that if he had more opportunities, more time to work on chess, he would be just another brilliant player, like someone like Joby's level.
So how is the situation in this match? Let's check briefly other games before going to our top boards. So first board is Petriashvili versus Hovhannisyan, and here, okay, it's a normal game, but black seems to be completely fine. It's sort of steering towards a draw. Then we have board number 2, where we have Tutisani versus Martirosyan. So knight d7 was played and c5. And Haik is thinking. I think the problem is for those players in Armenian team is that they don't know the level of their opponents. So they're trying to navigate to avoid something.
Yeah. But also, maybe because we are in the same region, sometimes we play the events together, you know, some open tournaments that are very known in the region. They might know some of the Georgian players, some of them.
But take a look of the last board, how Aram is playing. He's completely dissatisfied with the opening outcome. He's sitting there, you can see him. He's just sitting there and feeling, I don't know, not great. That would be like my point.
Not the day to play it. Like too early maybe to play chess.
Rook b1 is not the move you should do, so Rook c1 was corrected. Yeah, he's there like, yeah, what am I doing?
Well, about this schedule we have, I'm actually quite happy because some of the tournaments we have even earlier rounds at 10. a.m., which is just impossible to wake up for the brain. You know, you have to heavily force your brain to work, and it's not possible.
Yeah, because it's not just playing, it's also repeating your lines.
Yeah,
Sometimes you cannot repeat your lines 2 days before or one evening, so you need to repeat it like 2-3 hours before the game, and to repeat something. So when you will like wake up at Actually, this is what I was doing. I was repeating some lines because there are really some forced lines.
Yeah.
You need to know exactly, and it's hard to do this in the evening.
Yeah, that's true. We do have in our chat on YouTube the question, who will win European Team Championship 2025? In open section, we do have Azerbaijan, Ukraine, and someone else. Let's start from someone else. Is there someone else, probably Netherlands, who have a technically chance to win their game? Although they play against Germany, first-seeded team, who is not in their best shape, right? So this is one option. Then we have Azerbaijan versus Serbia. I think Azerbaijan got not the best pairings because Team Serbia is well put together team, right? They have quite balanced team. And then Ukraine plays against UK. Again, they may not be in the best shape, right, as they can be. So, you know, I will vote myself here, and I encourage you guys to vote as well. Who do you think gonna win this event? Oh, I have the results. Interested?
Yeah.
43% of people think this will be Azerbaijan, 35% of people think it's Ukraine, and rest thinks that it will be someone else, which means Netherlands, basically.
Okay, so that means the question is very good.
Yeah, so you guys, you are 250 people watching right now, and we have only 130 voters. Go ahead and vote now, because we will not have this poll for a long time, and we want to know what you think. Who's gonna win?
So Bishop C5 just played by Gabriel, and Giga is thinking.
Yeah, he's just sitting there and just thinking on his time, right?
Okay, that's something new.
What's the name of a person who steals the time from others? Can give him a nickname.
The position is very interesting. So Giga thinks either to defend, or is there any tactics available? There are several pins in the position. So this one is pinned, that one.
Can be maybe something like knight to e4, guarding f2, attacking c5, but also giving up d5 bishop.
Yeah, could be. But he's thinking. Okay, so let's go to our main boards. Let's see how our main matches are progressing. Let's see Mamedyarov versus Saran, Serbia versus Azerbaijan. So Alojzije is thinking. The position is following, slight plus for white, but still quite fine for black, although Alojzije's thinking is opposite him is Mamedyarov. Then Mamedov versus Injic, that's a mess already. Playing on two wings, and Mamedov is thinking, but it seems that Injic has outplayed him a bit. Then we have Safarli versus Ivic. That was an interesting game. Both players are well prepared. And you have board number 4, Markus versus Sulemanli. Normal position. Slight plus for white. So let's bring the board.
And here we have the game on the screen. So interesting. At this point, I don't see what will gonna happen in this match. And in fact, the thing is that Netherlands yesterday made a draw, and it changed a lot for this round. It changed totally the pairings. But yeah, it's fair to play for everyone to play against all the strong teams. So Azerbaijan might be, in my opinion, Azerbaijan has the most difficult opponent in the last round, playing against Serbia, the European team champions of the previous year, but the other teams have already played against them, so it's a fair point.
I like here Robert's position. Maybe it's not anything great.
You know, when I was in the playing venue, somehow I felt that Edin was not so happy for the situation. It was like visibly, it was very different from the other days when I was going to the venue, and he was very focused, very, confident in himself. And today he seems to be a little bit worried.
So here at the moment it seems that second board is a crucial one, where Mamedov is under a huge pressure versus Injic.
Who's the replacement, like extra player in?
Predke, he's not playing because he lost.
No, in Azerbaijan.
Muradli, he only played
Few games, yeah.
Yeah, 3-4 games. So let's go to the next match. Let's see how Ponomarev is playing versus with Yugov. Not much to say. It will be a draw. Then we have, then we have Korobov in a not a great shape. So Korobov and Adams, they're playing now, and regarding their performance, this is funny, since, let's see, Adams, he's performing 25-29, which is way below his result, and Korobov is doing the same. So they are not in a great shape at all.
Yeah, what is your take about Korobov playing in this last round?
I don't know, Volokitin suffered a really heavy blow yesterday, which was not so easy to recover, and also the next round is coming, last round, this round came quite quickly, so I don't know, probably that's the case. They just wanted to add something fresh, and it seems that Korobov is doing very well. Then we have Samunenkov, then we have Kovalenko versus Jones. As I mentioned, this game will be a decider. But at the moment, it's more calm than expected. which takes us to the board number 4. Makshane Samonenkov. Okay, this is already super complicated. White has sack a pawn and he wants to launch the attack.
Very pleasant position for white. Pair of bishop, semi-open G and H files. The question is how to build up this serious attack on the king side.
So very pleasant position for Luke, but he needs to find a way how to break through. But this looks very promising for England.
Look at him talking to himself. This happens when you're in a very deep calculation. Do you think today we might have on these two boards waiting game, like they will wait each other before? But how long can you wait?
I don't know, but this is the game where we can expect something to happen. It's not easy to play on all 4 boards.
For sure, they will have Kovalenko with white pieces, trying his best.
So, is it the moment that we switch to another match? Has something happened in Leko?
Leko, let me check that.
Versus David Anton.
Oh my God, a lot of things happen.
Let's
you
go
can't
there.
recognize the position.
Let's go to Hungary versus Spain. So he's a pawn down, but in a good position. It looks like it will be a draw. No?
I don't really see this as a problem for Leko. It's quite classical setup of the rook end game with extra pawn, which is a side pawn. And he has an active rook. So now white's idea is to bring the king all the way to b2, or rook e2, king b2, and start to push the pawn. The black's rook has to somehow get on a1 square, right? Or it's okay?
I think it's fine, but he just needs to create a counterplay on the other wing.
Yeah.
Come out with the king, start pushing his pawns.
Should black start to push h5 here to have this chain of the pawns?
I think first it's good to come out with the king, probably. g5. g5 should be fine. Or h5 as you mentioned, but then
After
g5.
g5, h5 for instance, it will not create the weakness on h6?
That's why first maybe to come out with the king.
King of 6, yeah. King of 6, king of 5. Maybe just walk to it.
King f6, I think it's more than fine. To come out with the king and then to push maybe g5 or king f5. Because I don't believe that this h5 after king f5 is something. So what has happened here, b6 was played. So he took on b2, which was very good, and then played b6. This was super precise because if white plays black plays b6, then this bishop can land on a3. While after bishop b2, b6, there is no way for bishop to stay. That's why he took. So this bishop b2 and b6 was really good. Kudos to Peter. That was really, really well played. I think he's aware now that he will hold this one. We have a draw in Ponomari versus Vukilo. So this game is finished. In this match, Rapport versus Chigaev. g5 was played. White started to throw everything, but Rapport knows how to maneuver here a bit. And it seems that he's doing very well. This is like Anton, board number 2, which takes us to board number 3, where we have Banush versus Yufa, King's Indian. Usually it's just better for white, so I don't know what is black up to. f4 will come at some stage. And board number 4, where we have Gledura, Jaime Santos. This is already like super, super complicated. But Jaime seems to be better prepared. Although there is nothing wrong with the black position. Leko just played the move.
h5.
Okay, this is something
Move
you suggest.
From the books, yeah. And then king f6, king f5.
Yeah, or king f6, g5, f6, g5. Let's see how Germany is doing versus Netherlands. We haven't touched that match for a while. Let's bring the board in. Vincent versus Anish.
Very interesting standings also in the Flav ranking. Vincent at this point has 6th position and overtook Anish because he's getting more points here.
And now they have direct encounter. Who wins will be a leader. Okay, slightly better for white, but not much. Board number 2, Swane versus Jordan. Very interesting approach. To force black to surrender the bishop. and then long maneuvering, and f4 just played, and Rasmus is spending so much time. Blue bound versus Lukman Veli. This is the current position. This one. Who knows what's going on? But it looks better for white, but still quite playable for black. And then we have this last board, Svane versus Frederick versus Lamy. Typical slight plus for white. So anything special going somewhere?
Do you mean the
In the games?
boards?
Yeah. It seems that here in Georgia 2 versus Armenia that white has misplayed it. And now Robert seems to be doing very well. Well, let's go to Georgia versus Armenia. This is just better for black. So everyone is playing fast in Georgian team.
It's not.
This one, it's a little bit more complicated. So here, this e6 was taken on f7. And Paparazzi ended up in this position. He's a pawn up, but is it a draw?
Seems like black has a very good counterplay on the queen
Yeah, but
side.
is it the game finished?
Ah, the game. Oh, yeah.
We don't have them on the camera.
So they might agree on a draw.
Yeah. So the game was drawn, and the fourth board, Hakobian is just developing.
Ooh, we do have a result already in the women's section on the first board on the first match. And in fact, the one of the leaders, Team Ukraine, they lost on the first board.
Really?
Yes.
So let's go there. Let's check the women's section. So what has happened? So Julia Osmak lost the game. Let's try to find. So I will bring the game. This will come very fast. And what has happened? So let's see the game. So c4, e5. Okay, everything normal. Yep, completely normal position. Knight g4.
I see Kashlimskaya also ended the game.
What's going on there? Ah, so she forgot that after knight c6 there is a checkmate threat when you take. And now this is just dead lost. And I think that she was like completely
Oh, wow.
in despair.
This is not good news for Team Ukraine, right? So that's the game on the first board, so it's...
Everything fell down.
Oh, no.
What a loss.
What allows in just few hours from the start, 1 hour, actually 2 hours, almost 2 hours from the start. It's quite, yeah, sometimes I'm saying this and it sounds so ridiculous, right? They have started 2 hours play, but it's a short time. It's just the beginning. Yeah, but the rest of the team from Ukraine has to now carry on. On the last board, they have probably some chances to, you know, equalize the score. This is game Božena
Pridubna.
Dubna against Susanka Kapoyan.
Yeah, let's see what's going on. This is like a dead lost. This is not a checkmate. Isn't this a checkmate? Let's say g4 only move,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I don't know, now h4 or
Yeah,
let's say h4.
and Pasan and f4.
Some g5 coming, hang on. I need to calculate maybe a little bit more. Now g8, you go king g5. Maybe it's not a checkmate. Yeah. Maybe it's not a checkmate, although looks like one. So she went for queen d2. But this will end up in a resignation. So it's a queen down. I think we will have a resignation here. Move just played.
Look at Jakova just observing the whole situation. So experienced as player, former European champion. Not very happy of what happened on the first board, but now...
Quite optimistic.
Yeah. But they need to win to catch the Poland, because Poland has a point more.
So board number 2, it looks like a draw.
And here we have a resignation. This game has ended 1-1 Ukraine-Armenia.
Yeah, so Zhukova needs to come up with something. So match number 1, let's go to Azerbaijan versus Poland. First board was drawn. A little bit unexpected, since Alina is better rated player, but she didn't manage to get the game. Is the fourth game in progress? It is, I believe.
It is in progress, but both players are missing from the board. But we can see Claudia walking in the venue.
Here, slightly better for white. And board number 3, it's a mess. Anything else?
So many exciting games, but nothing too sharp to show right now.
Maybe we should return to the open section.
Yeah, we can return. Maybe we can also just go ahead and start from round again from the first board, because we don't have, I think this is a moment when players are just taking some time to figure it out.
So, in Azerbaijan versus Serbia, Mamedjarov is pushing a bit. Mamedov is under heavy pressure versus Injic, former European champion 2024. Soleimani versus Safarli versus Ivic. This is a mess. Two bishops being pawned down, but within pawned down, and the initiative looks very promising for black. And the last board is Soleimani versus Markush. Markus is just waiting a bit. Korobov, Ukraine versus England. Yeah, it seems that he's playing well versus Adams, being pawned up. Kovalenko, Gavin Jones, we targeted this game as a crucial one, and Samonenko versus McShane, same. Let's go with the camera to England versus Ukraine, so that you can see that McShane is searching for a way to move on. Then Germany versus Netherlands, slight plus for white. Not much is happening. Svane versus Jordan. Jordan pushing.
He has a very good position, right?
Bluebaum versus Luke. This game can become really complicated very quickly. Leko already making a draw. This in Spain versus Hungary, not much has happened.
Third Anton didn't even try, he offered draw himself.
Rapport versus Chigayo looks fine for Rapport. Italy is holding versus Romania. But the last board seems to be much better for Romania. It seems that Gavrilescu is outplaying his opponent. Gurel seems to be better versus Teodoru, so he's not happy with the opening outcome. So it's not clear what will happen. How is our poll doing in terms of results?
So we do have, again, Azerbaijan leading. So most of the people believe that Azerbaijan will become the champion in the open section, and that was 42% think so. However, we don't have enough votes. It's only 163, while we have 300 people watching. So guys, go ahead and let us know in the poll, who do you think gonna win in the open section? Is gonna be Azerbaijan or Ukraine or someone else, which very likely means Netherlands. So go ahead and let us know what do you think about it. Here we have the players, very focused at this point. They have all of them now woke up, maybe even fully. You just need yeah, it's just, you know, when you're playing 8 rounds at the same time, always you have a routine. It's just so difficult to change it. But the reasoning of that is that we also have a closing ceremony, so that's why it takes some time to have this ceremony. So I remember there was this event in Vietnam. We played Youth Championship, World Youth Championship, and my coach told me he was telling me a lot of stories about some players, and one of the things that I got the idea from him was to study chess, to adjust the time of the Vietnam time. They were starting local time at 3 p.m., which was 6 hours difference from Georgian time, and that means that I was starting my classes and the work at very late night. It was so difficult. I was sleepy, I couldn't focus, I was tired, and I was doing this up to 2 a.m. or so. But there was one of the best things. If I have not done that, probably I would never score anything there. So it was working so nicely, and this also. It's not just a chess game, right? You need to be fresh, you need to have your routine, you need to have also this active period of your brain, you can't play all the time chess. You have your favorite time of chess, and that's what players like to work at that time. Were you doing some things like that when you were an active player?
Tough question, but basically I was the one not facing like big problems in the morning, because I was studying, and sometimes some classes at my faculty were starting in the morning, so I got used to that. Yeah, I know that sometimes it was very tough. For example, I was playing in US this World Open in Philly and the US Masters in Greensboro, and I know that the games were like really like late. But there are some players who like to play in the evening. They said either 2 types of persons we have. But now, as I'm getting a bit older, somehow it's not so simple to wake up. I don't know. People usually tend to have that problem when they're younger, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
As I said, this as you said, this routine is very important. Sometimes I would rather have a morning game than something in the middle.
Yeah, that's true, because you're working earlier and then you're very tired for the game. One of the funny experiences I had was in one of the Opens in Portugal. They were starting the game at 7 p.m.
Interesting.
7 p.m. So basically I have my dinner at this point at 5 or 6 p.m. So it's like the end of the day, right? So to start the game at 7 p.m., that was very difficult. And I realized that about 2 or 3 games I lost exactly on midnight. So I was just sleepy. I couldn't see anything.
Yeah.
I was playing really well, because I like to play in the evening as well. And then the moment it was midnight already, I couldn't just think. But the local guys and the players who were going there often, after the game we were finishing around like 1 or 2 a.m., they were going to the places to eat.
Really?
And drink. Yes, and I was just thinking that they're crazy. They're just crazy. But however, you had this whole day in the morning, then it's like the totally different clock, You're sleeping in the morning.
But there is one thing, Keti, which is like worse than having a morning round in chess, is that you're having a morning round but also an afternoon round.
Yeah.
This is the worst thing. 2 rounds a day. I cannot stand it anymore.
No.
For
not
me,
my
it's
favorite.
like, and then usually I would just go to sleep. I know that many players are sleeping right before the game, like Magnus. This is my routine, so I go to sleep.
I love sleep, yeah.
I go to sleep, and then like I can just wake up and go to the game.
You know what? I was always feeling guilty because like around people, they were working before the game, and I was sleeping. Like I was really sleeping, not just having a nap or something. It was a normal sleep for me, and I was feeling good. And sometimes you feel guilty, you know. So if it's not going on you're thinking like, maybe I did not spend enough time of preparation. Other people are doing this preparation, and you're not doing the preparation. It's not your, like I was very harsh on myself. Then I was switching it. I was doing preparation like 2 hours. I was sleepy during the game. So it never worked for me this way. And for me, the best was to have like heavy preparation 1 month before, 2 months before, like 6 hours every single day, then have a like 5 days, 6 days off before the event. Then I was feeling really good.
Okay, hopefully we didn't get you to that sleeping mode. The games are still very complicated, but as Keti said, now players are thinking more about their games, where to go, what to do. So
we have a big pause. Really.
Yeah, so I think this is the moment where we will go. I won't say a short break, because people are saying, this is not a short break. So let's go for a break. A normal break.
Maybe a long break.
Yeah. See you soon.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.
We are back, and I think at the right moment a lot of games are heating up. So let's go there, let's check. I also found some interesting games on the lower boards before fully concentrating on top boards. Let's bring the board. So just to show you that, for example, this is Kirill Aleksenko. He was struggling a bit, but it's interesting here. He's trying to launch a deadly mating attack. Maybe something was missed, but his opponent is defending very well, and now he's thinking. Probably some bishop h7 springs to mind. But after king h7, nothing is going on. Probably. I don't know, do you see anything? Is there any way to move on?
Queen somewhere.
With some queen h4.
But there's this king g.
With the idea, if you go knight f6, then knight h6, there is a knight f6 and takes checkmate. So here, white should do something. Black should do something. And it's not obvious what. I cannot find the move now, but let's just briefly constantly engine. So rook h8. This is a tough move. This is real, the only move to stay in the game.
Not king g6,
Yeah,
right?
but
After king g6, knight g3 or some.
Bishop e3 combining two threats, and then probably some
Queen e4 or
queen
knight
G-
f4, knight f4.
knight f4, exactly. So here rook a to d8 was played, and now Aleksenko is thinking to take on h7 or not. Very interesting position. So we
very
will
nice.
keep an eye on this one.
Alojzije, how long can you go through your career if you're working mainly on the tactics and attacking?
Listen, from my point of view, first thing is that you're good in tactics. If you're not good in tactics in your career, because I think positional play can be learned.
Yeah.
While if you're missing that eye for dynamics, and I'm not just speaking about like converting or finding puzzle storm stuff, I'm speaking more about to sense where there is a dynamic, to force the dynamic, to create dynamics out of blue, like I don't know, Mediara was doing and some others. So I think this is very important, because if you are good in tactics or bad in tactics, if you're stronger side, then sometimes your win can slip away. So, and you can maybe swindle if you are lost in a lost position, and sometimes also end games. Converting end games is connected with tactics, final like tactical shot. So I believe that tactics is something you need to have, and then we can build your positional play. Because if you see, I don't know, like players on the top, they were first tactical players, and then they become a little bit more positional. Like I don't know, Aronian, like even Caruana, they were all like sharp. And then even Magnus, he was very sharp, and he was a kid, and then he studied a lot. Champions, I don't know, like this positional play. So that's my feeling, because yeah, without that, at some point you make a mistake in the game. You underestimate blitz, not to mention blitz and rapid.
Yeah, how important is this blitz and rapid became there. Almost level to the classical chess. We have such a great event in the end of the year, World Drop 10 Blitz, with a enormous prize fund, and also the other events. It's short, it's more fun to play, and you know, it's also exciting for the chess players. Even though a lot of players still like to play classical chess, no one skips the rapid and blitz tournament. What about you? You like, out of 3 of these time controls, what's your favorite?
Okay, now of course I like blitz. I like even more than rapid, but before
not even rapid, yeah.
But before it was mainly classical. But I don't know, you know, when you have a nice blitz tournament ahead of your rapid tournament. I played, for example, in France. There was a series of tournament. You would play first day qualifiers, and then top 16 they go to KO. I was playing in some shutter in some at some castle with Bacro, Freycinet, so it was really nice. Let's go with the camera maybe to our main board, main match.
All right, so we still have Ukraine and Azerbaijan fighting for the gold medal. There's only one gold medal. It's not medals.
Okay, for players, they're all fighting for.
Also,
yeah, they will get
yes.
no, but they will get a team. As a team, they also get medals each.
Yeah.
So yeah, you keep an eye. Let's keep an eye on this. But I can also move on. So saying that in Austria, the match I mentioned in the game, Kirill has just took on h7. So please, Keti, I will move on. Keep an eye on this game. This line we will following king
Something
a7.
really nice might happen in this game.
So we will keep an eye on this game together. Then we can move on. I've also spotted some other interesting games. Let me try to find which one exactly. Yeah, Najdic. Najdic has sacrificed a piece. Take a look what has happened. Bishop h6. He took.
Oh, nice.
And his opponent is defending very well, but still it should be better for white. Also quite an interesting game. We have some draws. How about this one? Let me try to find the one I was also noticing. Okay, this Bjerre versus Stefansson looks very interesting. Is white winning here? Maybe it's already quite bad. Here that was interesting how pieces of white became very clumsy, since slowly he got outplayed and he needed to sack a piece. Not sack a piece here, because if you take, then this one is hanging, and if you take here, knight is protecting, but he needed to completely go back, and now black is having a great position. Rook d1 is also coming. Probably there is also already some kind of killer, but the game still goes on. Then we can climb up a bit. There are some games finished. Petrov Nikita versus David Navara. It's drawn. This is a mess in Nguyen versus Kadric. This looks quite tough for black, but it's still maybe in some kind of unclear zone. Just to update you, that Keimer made the draw versus Giri, so he won't overtake him. Is Giri in front of Keimer or no?
No,
It's
Keimer was,
white. Okay, so Giri won't overtake.
So basically, Giri had more draws in this tournament, and Vincent had more decisive results. That's
Take a look of this game. Who knows what's going on here? It's a real mess. So many interesting games on lower boards, but let's go back to our main boards. Let's focus on what do we have on top boards. It seems to me that Sarana came out of the problems with a super precise play. Mamediaro went for this line, but I believe that here black is completely fine, and Mamediaro will need to find something to keep the game going, because here black has also some threats and two passers are probably not enough. Injic versus Mamedov. Injic were pressing a lot, and it's still the case. there are some weaknesses, and Rauf is a really long time. Third board, Safari versus Ivic. This looks just better for black. Is this lost? Positionally, strategically, this looks lost. Serbia is having a fabulous situation, so it seems that they will win the match. They can take the medal if they win. They can repeat, not fully repeat their success from Montenegro winning the championship. But
you know, if they win over Azerbaijan, they will have equal match points, 13. And then we might have a lot of ways of tie for the gold medal. Also, if UK wins against Ukraine, and if Netherlands tie the match, it will be 5 ways or 4 ways. 4 ways of sharing the first place.
All 4 boards look very good for Serbia. Yeah. 2 boards almost like close to winning advantage. Same goes on the last board, and on first board they are quite good.
What do you think? Why this happened to Azerbaijan? Because earlier they seemed so settled, put together. Yeah. Or maybe it was just the pairings that they had.
No, but I think this is actually the kind of match, because in previous rounds always the one was playing well, and here it came that everyone played. Well. So sometimes you have that kind of matches, but it's bad news that this is happening in the last round for Azerbaijan. Usually most of the teams, they have bad matches. Germany had it in the first round. I don't know. Serbia had it versus Romania, or versus Ukraine. So you have those kind of bad matches, but the problem is if it happened in the last round. Korobov, Adams. What's going on here? Korobov seems to be doing well, but also Miki has some pressure. He can also go to enter with this exchange opposite color bishops. Let's go with the camera to Ukraine versus England. First board was drawn. Let's see how Luke McShane is doing. Bishop b5. Keti, what's that? He wants to deflect, but is this good? Luke is burning a really lot of time. Is this first time that Ihor is not wearing glasses? Haven't seen him.
Yeah, does he have the glasses in his hands, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Some refresh.
Very talented player.
Yes, great player.
Talented. It's such a great thing to see that Ukraine allows youngsters to be part of the team, and Ihor is very, very good asset for them. He actually hasn't lost any single game until this round, and today we have the last round. Very stable player, scored 2 victories and made draws against really tough opponents. Very nice. Earlier you asked me about bishop to b5. Let me very quickly take a look with the engine. Yeah, this bishop b5 is not the greatest move. Seems like black can actually try to get the advantage. Oh, this is this line actually here. Black can take, and it's forced to take, as otherwise it is a pin. White takes the knight, and there is this queen to a6, and we have the attack on the pawn on a2, and also the bishop on f6 is hanging. And there is no proper way to guard the pawn on a2. So you have to give up your pawn. Let's say queen goes here. You probably take. Can you take it? Or is it dangerous?
And he took. He took.
Okay, the thing is that if you take the pawn on a2 now, there will be, yeah, the engine goes all the way up. We have takes, and any
Checkmate.
move,
Yeah.
on
Queen,
the back.
queen, or yeah.
Yeah. So this is a serious threat. Maybe this is what Luke was actually thinking, and I was just checking with the engine how to avoid this checkmate. And black can just play h6 in this position, and engine favors black here after h6. Because yeah, you can take on h6 now, as the bishop on f6 is simply hanging. So this is the problem, and otherwise after h6, what else white can do? Let's say bishop goes here on d4. Yeah, again, if you take here on a2, the engine will go all the way up because we have this checkmate battery here. But you don't necessarily need to take here. You can just play c5. All these moves are quite forced. And yeah, look at this. Your bishop is almost dropped here. So after bishop here, queen takes, and bishop has to take. It's already on the board. Queen a6 is there. I'm certain that he did not miss this move.
He just played it, yes.
Maybe this move like h6 is something that you can always underestimate.
So yeah, so queen is on f4, and now we are waiting for h6.
We have a full house, and on the camera, Vincent is thinking, and he's very curious.
Of course, Beljavski is there.
You know, when you're a chess player, when you have complicated position, if you have a lot of people around you, you know something is going not the best way. Something is wrong there.
So h6 about to be played.
Well, queen a2 is obviously not the move that Igor will consider longer than a few seconds. So rook h7 is a threat, and there's no other way to guard it. So h6 is only move. How many? He has 18 minutes. And they have to make still a few more moves, 17 more moves. And this is kind of, you know, tough. I think they need some time to think and figure it out here.
It's not so simple, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. What do you think, who feels in this position better, black or white?
Okay, let's say that black needs to be more careful, but he knows that if something goes well, that he's better, yeah. So I think that's a good news for him and the team.
Well, if you don't see checkmate, you're fine, right? Unless you see the checkmate.
So we had a draw there was a perpetual in Giri versus Kamer. So they were like repeating the moves, and in the board next to them,
this is
Svane
Germany versus Netherlands.
There is a pressure from Jordan, but still black is holding. Board number 3, blue bound seems to be completely winning. Hang on. So what has happened? This loses on spot.
Oh, yeah, there's a tactic.
So hang on, let me calculate. So probably some knight f5 sooner or later. Yeah, immediately.
Knight f5 has been played.
Okay, black has to take.
And you have bishop d6, and
Yes.
there is a fork. There is
Yeah.
a fork. It's a fork? That's a fork.
Yeah, so
Double
takes. Queen e4 probably forced, but then the problem is it's a whole rook. It's a whole rook. Okay, it's not a whole rook. I mean, he can take, but then this position is just checkmate. So Germany wins the game. I think that Luke is now completely aware what had happened.
Yeah, bishop g4 is such a sneaky move.
Frederick Svane doing well versus Lamy. So Germany is good. They're having a good situation.
Yeah, now they have 10 points, and if they win...
Sorry, Rapport won versus Chigaev. So Richard just played the fabulously event. And they have a draw on the fourth board. So let's go to Spain versus Hungary. Hungary is just winning their match. So maybe this story, this situation with Shirov undermined them a lot.
Oh, yes, seems like there is some inside conflict in the Spanish team, or misunderstanding between the members, that Shirov talks about it openly on his Facebook. He posted during the event, and then he now posted again. He's not playing anymore, and he spoke about it in his post.
Okay, so here White has some move. Was this a mistake? Probably not. Yeah, this was fine, and then came this bishop f5, a normal move, but g takes f4 was a serious mistake. Queen b4 was needed. Oh, what a nice touch. What a nice move, preparing queen swap, since you cannot take on d7 due to the queen e1. So g takes, bishop f4, queen, rook d8, and now queen f2 or rook e7. Both win on spot. So his Tamas position is also winning. So Hungary is winning the match, and it seems that same goes for Germany.
Yeah, what do you think? They have 10 points now, and do they have a chance to fight for the medal? Bronze.
Don't believe. No chance. No chance. So they can be top 5, maybe both teams, but not more than that. Which is fine, but no, it's not exactly the medal. This is the problem.
Yeah.
So tough situation for Spain. In other matches below them. So Moroni Deac a draw, Vocaturo versus Nisipianu. It's quite level. So probably it will be a draw. They are repeating the moves, I believe, in sort of way. So those two games will be drawn, which takes us to Lodici versus Lopulescu. White is pressing. Lopulescu is worse, but not much. Probably it's still a normal position. And Gavrilescu won. This is actually something I mentioned, that this game will be a decider. Ooh, a piece blunder.
Uh-oh.
Okay, in a dead loss position, so it was already game over. So he completely dominated the field on the board. Let's go back to our top boards. Let's go to Azerbaijan versus Serbia to follow what's going on. I believe that we will have some kind of move repetition here. So Sarana is thinking.
I was just going through the question to this post of Shirov, and it seems like they have something internal, something serious, right? When there is misunderstanding in the team, it will not go well. But in the end, he asks the questions: what happens if he qualifies by the rating again and plays in the team? It seems like they have the qualifications by the rating, and then he puts in a way like, if I don't qualify, no problem. But what if I qualify again? What we do next?
Okay, but basically he's the first board, so it's.
Well, what's your take here? It's very complicated.
No, I understand. Listen, the role of captain, there are some teams who are like just placing their players by the rating. But then it's like computer thing. It's not like that someone has some concept of placing some. I always loved that there was some idea that some player is playing then maybe lower board because his style is different. But first of all, you need to have players happy, players ready to risk their own results rating, like Sugiro was playing 5 blacks in a row, that people get awarded properly if there is a result. So I think you need to have like many things, and then this atmosphere so that you are ready to risk and to give all. If this is not the case, then if you just make by rating and divide, when you lose first game, you go out. If someone else loses a game, then you are in. So this system, that was sometimes I like to see that there is some signature of some strategy in the team.
Yeah, strategies.
But nice, that's a responsibility of the captain, and that captain should have some knowledge. It's not just bringing coffee, and of course during the match it's not easy to help your team. You can only say accept the draw or no. In FIDE events you cannot even do anything. But prior to the championship, to organize some camp, to get some strategy, what will your players play, which kind of
but also
setup. Because sorry to interrupt, so I was playing 2017 for Croatia. I was playing board number 3 and board number 4, mainly board number 4, but sometimes I was playing board number 3. For example, I was playing versus Sargsyan with white pieces, and Kozul told me draw it, that game is fine. And I made a draw with white pieces, but Sargsyan is very dangerous. Yesterday he won an important game versus Sanal with the black piece. Also some others. I don't know, I was playing versus Rasmus Wane with the black pieces. Draw is very good. So you get this strategy and the roll.
Yeah, of course. This should be the ideal, but like sometimes I have a feeling what I have observed that, especially in the open section, that the players are much overrated than their captains, and somehow there is this kind of situation that the higher rated players, they don't even get involved with the team, they don't get involved with the decisions, and also the team captains, they have a huge barrier between each other, you know, and there's a poor communication, and I have seen a lot of cases like that captains don't feel as they can tell some higher rated, some elite player to do this and that. And it can be quite problematic in chess. Same goes with the arbiters. In my observation, the arbiters sometimes have to make decisions, strong decisions, and then this can be appealed, of course. But very, very often in the chess, we just don't have our arbiters that are making decisions. And it's quite frustrating for the events like Rapid and Blitz, for instance. You need to make a decision, very fast decision. If someone is unhappy, there's a procedure of appeals, there's an appeals committee, and this can be discussed, right? So, yeah, there is no chess event without drama, right? So we have this
Yes.
portion of drama now in the Spanish team.
So let's check Azerbaijan. Mamedyarov is pushing. Board number 2, it seems that Ivic has misplayed it.
Really?
Yeah, something went wrong. Okay, everything normal. This A5 was not good. He didn't see that he can play bishop B5, queen C5, take on E4, king somewhere, and now this bishop C4 puts a lot of pressure. A5 now, okay, still in a complicated zone, but with very long time. So here we can see maybe, but hang on, what's going on in this board? Rook D5, a blunder in Mamedyarov.
Oh.
He's lost. He blundered a checkmate. Really? Rook A1 check, king goes up, knight G5, and how do you defend against the checkmate?
What?
What was he up to? Because this is a checkmate.
Oh, it's a
Let's go
horrible
full
blunder.
screen. Let's see if Mamedyarov is aware that he just blundered a checkmate.
Oh, yeah, he's there.
Or is this correct? That Rook D5 was played? Is something wrong? Sarana is thinking.
Oh my goodness, I think it's
Is there
panicking.
anything hidden? So Rook A1, let's bring the board. Rook A1, King G2, Knight G5. He was thinking this kind of move, it's just a checkmate, so not point. H3 also. Was he thinking of something like this? Don't believe. So what Rook A1 played?
Oh, wow.
You see them on the camera? King G2, Knight G5, and now I wonder, let's go full screen now, I wonder. Unfortunately, we cannot zoom, but you can see Mamedyarov. Now he will start shaking his head.
Oh, wow.
Something is crazy. Rajabov is also there.
Farley also observed.
From the game where they were like slowly pushing or equal, suddenly it's crazy. checkmate.
The first board checkmate in 3 moves, 4 moves maximum. Wow, just imagine the level of the stress these players are having in the last round, so important round, and you are in a very good position, but it's not so easy. It's not so easy. And sometimes when you're playing in the team, you don't only play your game, but you also worry others. I also see Eltouch. Do you see they're like just looking at each other? So weirdly,
this is really crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Serena winning. This is complete blow. So what does this mean? Let's bring the board back. So Mamedov is still worse versus Injic. Their only chance can be that somehow Ivic misplays it, being long time, and it seems that he's making bad moves. Last move just made on 11 seconds, and now white is better. This game can be lost. So on the first board, I see that Mamedyarov is shaking his head, completely shaking his head. He just made h3. It's a checkmate. Even Sokolov is there. Mamedyarov completely shocked. It's just a checkmate. So G takes.
Played h5, right?
H3 played. Black played h5. No.
Oh, no, what you play here?
The take here.
Yes.
And now even if I don't have that move,
Yes.
but probably it's now winning in many ways. For example, this one. Okay, but needs to take, check.
There's knight f3 as
Knight
well.
f3 coming, yeah. Wherever you go, knight f3 is coming. But also, engine is, I turned it on, is showing that this is a checkmate. Or promoting the queen. No, I'm completely shocked. What's going on in Markush versus Samonenkov, versus Suleimanli? Bishop f1. Here they need some kind of miracle, but this also looks completely strategically lost. That there were some even better moves here. White could have taken on e4. What a turnaround.
This is just insane. Last round, Shahir had such a great event. He was one of the key players of his team. And look at him now walking, so disappointing.
King h2 played. I don't know what was his blunder, but okay, last round, tough games.
It's nerves, it's all about nerves.
He's calculating now and he knows that he's lost. Serena knows that he's winning, with which probably now he's just rechecking either rook a2 or bishop g3. In the meantime, in Ukraine, Korobov is having a normal position, or was having a normal position versus Adams. Then we have Gavin Jones versus Kovalenko. Kovalenko seems to be outplaying Gavin Jones, but it's not so clear. Still, there is some job to be done. And Samonenko versus McShane. Rook 8 to e8 played, but they are really long time. Maybe it would be good now if we could have this two cameras scene so that you could follow what's going on. To add Ukraine. So let's stay for a moment because I'll try to update you in a different manner. So Sarana, 3 minutes on the clock. Here Sulejmani just made the move. So bishop g3 just played in Sarana.
Wow.
Versus Mamedyarov. So he has calculated everything and it's just game over. Crazy. Crazy turnarounds of event. Mamedyarov just making a move.
Yeah.
Not yet. Yeah, he took. Rook e2 will be played and it's already there on the board.
There's a checkmate in 7
And
moves.
Sarana winning 2 games in a row with the black pieces.
We will have resignation soon.
So let's go full screen to this match since we will have a resignation. Serbia versus...
Even I'm nervous right now.
Yeah,
Do you also get nervous
yes.
when you...
But if I would be at the playing hall,
Oh, my heart.
Fressinet
rate
is
would
coming
go, yeah.
to check what's going on. He's shocked.
Yeah. He did not even hide his shock. Ah, poor Shahriar feels probably so bad right now.
H2 he will push the pawn. Let's bring the board. H2 and then knight goes to E4.
H2 on the board.
Yeah, crazy. Shak is completely in despair.
And also effects on the other boards, on second and third
Yeah,
board.
because he's the leader. He's
They're
there.
very much. Oh, and I have a handshake.
Let's go full screen.
Wow. Korobov, look at him, just turned.
It was tricky, those 2 rooks versus a rook and 2 light pieces.
Oh, look at that air touch. Oh, that's very painful. Sulejmani also not in the best.
Yes.
Look at that.
What a push for Serbia. So
I like how Serbians are like so cold,
Yes.
freezed, no
okay,
emotions.
they already were champions. The problem is that you're following a lot of games in the playing hall. You don't know exact situation. You might think, okay, Sarana, easy win versus Mamedyarov, but it was like crazy. So let's check what do we have left. Let's go to board number 3 because here Safarli versus Ivic. Ivic is playing moves on last 3-4 seconds.
Alojzije, have you noticed how Korobov looked at the situation and turned back very happily?
Didn't see it.
There are some happy people as well out of this result.
Yeah, Safarli is outplaying, which might level the score. But the problem is on board number 2, Mamedov is dead lost. He will drop a pawn, stay with weaknesses. So very good game by Injic. And Ivic being long time, which takes us to the last board where Marcus seemed to be playing very well. But this game,
Scary, they're observing.
This game will be a decisive. Here, Serbia just doesn't need to lose this one. What a turnaround!
Wow. And Team Azerbaijan so far, I think after the middle of the tournament, they were just very solid together with the Ukrainian team, right? They were just very good. Very nice team play. Korobov back, observing others' misery. And we have also Radabov back. He was walking together with Shahriar.
Yeah, this is one of the most memorable moments of European, that shock with enough time on the clock.
He made this move in
Yeah.
1 minute only. He didn't really thought that much.
What a blunder. It would be like a blunder on way low level.
French team are a bit late to the party. Look at them just walking there to understand what's happening. Anish is also
So
there.
Ivic, very long time, 8 seconds, took on D1, rook D1.
Oh, Safari is doing a great job. The pawn on h5 is c5 is just falling, right? You can't really guard it. Bishop c6.
Knight
And after
C5.
knight c5, you also
Yes,
guard
yeah.
the pawn on a2,
Yeah.
a4.
He just collected everything.
Yeah.
Crazy. In few moves, he completely lost everything. And the problem is, when you're playing, you don't know exact situation. So you think that, oof, what did I just do?
Knight c5 on the board. 6 more minutes before the time increment, for the time increment. Do you think the time pressure was the main problem for Ivic?
Yeah, but it depends of your shape. If you're in a good shape, you're able to find the exact moves, being a bit faster. So something was wrong for today. Probably, as you said, same here, nerves.
Nerves.
Here, his nerves betrayed him. Because now it's just a dead lost position. Although he was scoring very well, he was playing really, really a good tournament.
How Ukraine is doing? So far they have only finished 1 game. And they are probably heavily depend on board 4. Samonenko.
Yeah, it's time just to see also other games. So Korobo versus Adams haven't moved for a while, but it seems that it will be a draw, although Mickey is long time. Gavin Jones versus Kovalenko. Okay, of course Gavin won't fell down without a fight. And maybe we should stay with McShane versus Samonenko, because here it's a mess and possible decider. Still cannot believe what has just happened.
You're in a state of shock, yeah?
Shock, you know, he sees everything. Only chance for black is to go for tactics. I'm really...
Sometimes we make decisions and we can't explain why we're doing it.
Yeah,
That's what
he
happened to
maybe
him.
completely, I don't know, had some illusion that he will sack a rook for the knight and then there is no checkmate. I really don't know. So here McShane is thinking.
Korobov and Adams will be draw. The European game. This game will end very soon. Korobov, how big is his Kovalenko? How big is Kovalenko's advantage?
It's big.
Big.
Yeah. If we take a look.
He's just amazing. He has such a nice form in this tournament.
Yeah, this is much better. Okay, he needs to find a few precise moves. Yeah, that's one. F3, kicking the queen, and then rook v2, rook d6. It's very enjoyable.
Yeah, 5 more moves before until 40 moves, and they will have more time. Germany and Netherlands, we have right now 1.5 to half. The third game has been also ended. Matthias Blübaum won against Van Valley. And 2 games are in progress, and those 2 games seems to be quite level by the engine, but the positions are still complicated. Too many heavy pieces.
In Armenia versus Georgia, Hovhannisyan completely misplayed it. And on the first board, so they're actually struggling. Pansulaya won in Georgia 1 versus Pierre. Joe Bava was under heavy pressure, probably just losing. So it's still unclear what's going on in France versus Georgia. But let's go back to our main boards. Let's stick to our main guns. So Sulejmanli versus Markus. Sulejmanli being super long time.
Oh, we have the results already in the women's section.
Okay.
So Armenia, Ukraine 2-2.
Oh, and?
They are 14, and Poland has 2-1, and they have 1 game in progress. The worst scenario, they're going to have a tie. They'll get 1 point, so it will be 15 points. Ukraine has 14 points, and Germany.
Okay, that means that Poland is first. It's over.
Oh, if Germany wins, they will have tie.
Germany, Bulgaria is the match, not just Ukraine.
Germany is also in the business. It's happening so fast, right?
Yeah, they're in bad position, Germany. Right? They're struggling.
They're struggling.
So, Sulejmanli Markus is a decider. Safarli has just outplayed Ivic, and it's basically done deal. And on the second board, Injic is completely winning. So let's stay for a second board number 4. Can anything happen? Not really. G5 just played, Sulejmanli completely unhappy with the outcome. Tough situation. So let's switch to Ukraine, because here I believe that it's sort of over. We have Korobo versus Adams. Okay, he's a pawn down, Keti. So it won't be so simple to hold this one. So Korobo in a better situation.
Does he has to trade the rooks here or not necessarily?
Not necessarily, he can do it later. And Gavin Jones versus Kovalenko. Still complicated, but our main target, I believe, is board number 4, because here it's severe time trouble.
Oh, okay. So the current situation in the women's section is that Poland needs to make a draw to tie the match, and right now they have on the second board last game, rook endgame with extra pawn. I don't see this.
Tie the match or to win the match?
To win the match. So very likely they will win the gold medal without even being dependent on the German team. I don't see they're losing this game. They have been actually clear favorite until Ukraine won against them. So Poland in the women's section lost only one match against Ukraine. And yeah, quite nice tournament for them.
Ihor spending a lot of time, and for Ukraine, I think it's crucial that they win, that they don't lose this game.
Yeah.
Because if they lose this one, I don't see that they will win the match. But for them, is it draw enough? No.
Draw. Netherlands. They are dependent on Netherlands.
And Netherlands cannot win. Against
But you never know.
Germany.
2 games are still in progress, and they have heavy pieces there. You know, you just like it's not necessarily draw, right?
Okay, Luke has managed to create something. Some f5 will happen. Kovalenko has just made the move, and it was played on last 13 seconds. And Gawain is actually equalizing. You know what can happen?
Yeah.
That they both lose their matches.
Ukraine and
Azerbaijan. Can be
and also
possible.
Netherlands.
Yes, can be possible.
I was thinking, what's the reason of that? Are they just exhausted because they put too much?
Yeah, it's not easy to play a match where everyone expects, but the match is basically level, and that you expect, everyone expects that you just win it.
And also there's extra stress comes to them because there's no more chance, and this is like so tense. If it's a 8 or 7, if they have one more round to go, it will be different.
Let's go with the camera back to England versus Ukraine. We are here, take a look. F5 just played, and Ihor is thinking, playing, which move was that? Bishop h6, probably the best one.
Oh, it's a very good move.
It's a very good move, huh?
It's a very good move, yes.
Rook will be returned.
Rook g1 or rook to g2. And you can trade the bishops and play something like king g7 or so. You know, this queen on b3 is just out of the outsider of the game. Ihor is a brilliant chess player. He's doing really good.
Now I'm not sure that England can come up with something, but I'm changing my mind so often. So better maybe to stay away from any predictions. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe yes, maybe yes.
Maybe no, maybe yes. Then I'm just switching.
Rook to g3 has happened. Now, additionally, black can also push h4 pawn, but that's not needed. You can just take the bishop right away. 40 seconds. He takes the bishop.
Yeah.
Rook takes. Very likely. Kurbov just, he has the best situation, you know. He has extra pawn, maybe not the winning position, but he will losing nothing at all.
Exactly.
You know what is the great move here? Suggested by engine A5 with the idea to play A4 and to drop the queen.
Possible. Possible. Other way around would be G5. So he will either play G5 or A5. Quite possible. G5 or A5. What do you say, Keti? G or A? G or J?
I would play A5, but I'm not a grandmaster, so if I
expect
go
G5.
Yeah.
And the hand goes to which direction? I'm a lousy guesser. B5. Oh. Okay, I was sure that.
In middle, no A5 and then G5.
Okay. Yeah, this queen is really sort of trapped.
If this queen is anywhere on the king side, it will be
Yes,
totally different
yes.
picture. But I like B5 actually. Just locks the queen there. Ooh, Team Serbia 2-0. Also last board lost.
Yeah. They will win 3-1.
Oh wow.
This is how it looks like. Very good game by Robert Markuš. Safarli, he just won the game, but he understands that this is.
Oh, this is the most sad moment in this tournament for Safarli. Every time he won the game, there was Rajabov there congratulating other team members as well. But look at him now.
Kovalenko checking the results. He's checking them, so he realized that Inčić cannot lose, so they know they
Not
need
so
just.
Ah, look at his. Did you see his reaction?
No, I didn't.
It's like,
Oh.
yeah. Okay.
Well, let's stay here. Kovalenko is still playing? Yeah. Adams is back. Here, there is still some job to be done.
Still double-edged position, no? One small inaccuracy and Black's king is still quite exposed.
Correct. But he's making all the best moves. Rook F6.
Oh, that's the first line of the engine. Someone might say a weak engine, but it's still engine, you know?
Yeah. Luke is not like super professional these days, since he's doing a lot of other things. Poland has won the match.
Poland has won
in women's section.
In women's section, so
So
they're
the
the champions.
first two matches are over. So congratulations to Poland. They left and they're celebrating.
Very
So
nice.
big
They truly
congratulations for
deserved, yeah.
all players, captain, to the federation and everyone involved. Very good job.
Yeah, nicely done.
Germany, Bulgaria is still in progress, but it seemed that Bulgaria will win this match in the women's section. But let's go back to our France won versus Turkey. Let's go back to our main stage. King G7, a slight inaccuracy, but also a normal move. Luke is shaking. What a tense moment. And
Second, another rook gets on E7 check.
one more move from Luke's side.
He will play rook to f7, right? There's no
Yeah,
need
this is what will happen.
King h6. Although he can play king h6 and king g5 if he wants, and he will be still just a better.
Listen, from my point of view, I think that Ukraine, they deserve.
They totally deserve.
Yeah.
They totally deserve. All the players, like all of them, deserve.
What do you think that this last round game has started a bit earlier? Is this affecting players like Mamedjarov?
Yeah, I guess so, because it is known that some chess players struggle to sleep at night, and usually we have this afternoon.
4 or 5 in the morning to sleep. King h6 played. That's an interesting choice.
It's not the best choice,
but it's a bit
still
strange that he climbs.
Yeah.
That he climbs with the king. That's a strange decision.
King to the hill.
Okay, rook h8 will be played, and king will climb to g5, and this is how it will be played. So rook h8.
Yeah, he doesn't want it to allow rook e6, and then b5 pawn is hanging, then rook b8, and this kind of. The engine sees is until the variant to guard it, but
Hang on.
Seconds.
Will he overstep the time limit? No, 4.
It's 41 move already, no?
No, 40. A4.
Oh, a4.
Okay,
Last 5
at least
seconds.
asking black to make a decision. Because after rook h8, this is very interesting,
smart
practical,
move.
very practical choice. I like it.
Very
a6 will be
tricky.
played, but a6 will be played just to postpone the decision.
Yeah, has to play 13 seconds.
a6.
30, 10, 9. Has to make a move.
Okay, there is enough. Is
He has
it
to
enough?
make a move.
Yeah, he did it.
Oh my goodness.
Last 2 seconds.
2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm usually saying that 3 seconds you have control, 2 seconds it's tricky. Actually, yesterday, I think our Croatian player Ante Brkic won because his opponent has overstepped the time.
Awesome time.
I think it was Croatia versus Denmark. Andersen, 5, 4, wants to make 3, 1, 2, 0. So it happened. Deak, 2 years ago, Brkic versus Deak, same situation. Deak was playing every game that he has control, making moves in last 1 or 2 seconds, and actually his rook fell down, and he wanted to pick it up,
Or
and
couldn't
somehow
press the
lost.
clock first?
Yeah, and somehow lost the time. So let's summarize. Let's go back with our cameras. Let's go to our first match just to show you the current situation. So it's 2-0 for Serbia. It's one of the best
Cannot
results.
really get
No, 2-1,
out of your head, Mamedjarov,
yeah,
right?
I'm really shocked. It's 2-1, sorry. So Safarli has won the game, and last one is Mamedov Injic, where Injic, is totally winning. Yeah, it's just a matter of time where we will see the resignation, which takes us to the next match. Okay, he just made the move. Yeah, everything loses. Yeah. And then let's check Ukraine versus England, just to summarize. Korobov is pressing. Okay, it's not so simple. Then we have Kovalenko on board number 3 versus Gavain Jones. Okay, Gavain is capable of creating something. If someone can do it, that's him. But here I think that is just easy game for White. But okay, the game still goes on.
What happens if they have all the games draw and they make a draw also in the match? They win 1 point the match.
Yeah.
So at this point, I believe that they are just they will not risk on the third board.
I don't. Okay, on the last board something can happen. Take a look. Look.
Oh,
He's not happy at all with the position.
he has now a lot of time to understand what's happening
Yeah.
in the position.
Let's go to Germany versus Netherlands. Bluebaum won versus Van Velde. This is current position in the game of Jordan versus Rasmus. Yeah, it looks that it's just heading towards a draw. And the last board, Frederick versus this Erwin. This looked very bad, but then white opted for a queen swap. Okay, white slightly better. If it's possible to be slightly better, I don't understand why it's just slightly better.
Yeah, tiny little bit.
But it's with the a-pawn passer.
Just the thing is that if you push, if you attack this pawn, a4, and then there's no continuation, right? So let's say you even push rook here, you have to be very careful because there might be some issues with the bishop because it's kind of locked on e8.
Ah, got it. So Panush versus Ufa, let's go to Spain, Hungary versus Spain. There were many ups and downs, and this is a current position. Okay, here tables can be turned. And we can move on with Romania versus Italy. 2 games in progress. So Vocaturo versus Nisipeanu. And the board next to them, Lodici versus Lopolescu. This one will go on forever.
They stuck in the middle game, yeah?
Early middle game.
Yeah. Probably we have a delay of 20 moves on digital board.
So, Petriashvili won versus Kovhannisyan.
Oh,
Martirosyan
right?
is lost. Hang on, Georgia 2 will win the match.
Oh, wow.
Is this? Yeah. Let's go with the camera there because they're just completely crushing Armenia. What had happened?
Wow.
So it was sort of unclear, and now Haik is dead lost.
You know, like to summarize this team, Georgia 2, those are the people who are very strong and talented in chess, who never had any chance to become grandmaster. No, not enough tournaments, but they're very talented and hard-working people. So not easy.
Yeah, they might lose even 3-1, which is really crazy.
Yeah.
Gurel is winning versus Teodoru, which will be an important step. Not many people in the last few months have outplayed Nicolas.
Greece was one of the top teams at the first part of the tournament, together with Serbia, and then they fell down in the list. Serbia managed to come back on the first board in the last round, but Greece kind of stuck there, right? Because we had them always analyzing them games for few rounds, and it's so awkward now to see them not on the top boards.
I agree. So Pansualavons and Jobava, this position to win this, I was somewhere around, that looked really tough. But he just, this is actually the same sacrifice. It was more or less same as it was in the game Gavrilescu versus Martirosyan. More or less same thing.
And why did not win this?
White won it, but it was really a long game.
No, this one.
Ah, this one. No. It was, he just got outplayed. But this position, take a look, it's like winning. So what has happened? Okay.
blunder.
So this was a blunder, yeah.
Oh, nice, nice queen two.
And king went to h6.
Have you realized that France lost yesterday against Georgia too? And today in Georgia,
They will run away.
they are happy that it's not 11 rounds, right? Because there are like 4 teams from Georgia.
Exactly. It is interesting that Czech Republic is struggling versus Montenegro. They are having tough time to win and they might lose the match. Okay, so let's jump to women's section.
Where we already know the results. Poland totally dominated this field. They have won all the matches, but the only team that tried to stop them was Ukraine. However, today with these beautiful wins, they scored 2.5 and 1.5 against Azerbaijan. But in my opinion, yesterday was important match for them. They were boards on all the boards against France, and they just won in the end 3-1. Then next team we do have Ukraine. Ukraine on the second position, and the third position we do have Germany, but Germany struggles at this moment, and they have 1.5 to Bulgaria, and Bulgaria actually seems to be the favorite. However, the second board is still in progress. It might be something interesting. So we know the gold medal, but we still don't know where the silver and the bronze goes.
Yeah, it was much better for white from the beginning, but now in this game, who knows what will happen. It's quite unbalanced.
Yeah, and Bulgaria, I don't see them. Bulgaria has 10 points now. If they win, they will have 12. So it will be a huge tie. Armenia. So Germany guaranteed third place now already.
No, if Germany loses?
Yes. They have 13 points. No one can take over. Let me check France. France has already won. Yeah, no one else can take over.
Yeah, take a look here. So this is super complicated. White was pushing, but on the last board, they were winning for some part of the game, and now is it so? White managed to launch some attack here, and then went to collect. But is it possible not to win this game? Maybe it is, because king is just running around.
It's a fun pawn structure and the funny king in the center.
Few moves ago, this was won. Then came this c4, which is a tough move, and probably
e6.
Yeah, e6 was
to open up the queen.
Better. So it's not so simple to win anymore.
And if I take g5 pawn, then what's happening? Rook h2?
Checks, some checks. It's just rook h2, rook h3, other rook, and you cannot escape.
I can't go on g4?
Then rook g2, rook from...
you are giving another rook.
Yeah,
check.
So in these positions, just to show. So if you take, check, and... yeah, you will even lose, maybe. You cannot climb. Yeah. Rook h6. So this is the position. Then we have Sara Kadem winning versus Nana Dagnize. This is probably her worst tournament in a while.
True.
Was something. Take a look what has happened here in Georgia, Spain. I don't know if we have them on the camera in the women's section. So here she went for this idea to checkmate probably, but then Now she's dead lost.
Oh, she lost her rook.
France won versus Turkey. So what will happen in Spain versus Georgia? So it will be 2-2, right?
Spain won on the second board, lost on the third board. Yeah, I guess so. Last board seems to me that it's completely winning extra piece.
Tsulakidu won versus Bulmaga. Stavrula is really playing a great event. Lehachi won versus Pavlidu. Bodana made the draw versus Guechi. Laura Unuk is out playing Joka Gal. Mai Narva Kirtadze. So, we can maybe, now players will after the time travel think a lot. We can maybe go for a break and then we will have final outcome in the open section. But for women's section, big congratulations once again
To Team Holland.
Yeah, so great results.
And we're back in a second.
We cannot go for a break, we want to go, but
Not allowed.
let's go to a break, finally.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for chess moves. Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union. A checkmate for connectivity.
And we are back. Keti is in the playing hall. He will join me very quickly. Let's go to check the last moments. Women's section is over, but in the men's section we still have some action. Let's go to the open or men's section. Let's go to our main boards in Serbia versus Azerbaijan. Yeah, it's practically over, although there will be some moves left. We can bring the board that you could see how desperate Black's position is. Let's just bring the board so that you can see it's sort of over, but still Rauf will put some resistance. Let's go to next match. Korobov versus Adams. This will take for a while, but to win versus Miki, this kind of position, I don't know, it's less likely to happen. Gawain Jones versus Kovalenko, or Kovalenko versus Gawain Jones. They are in this position, pawn up, but Gawain will complicate matters, so it will be very tough for Igor to convert. And we have last board where Luke seems to be sinking deeper. Now it's sort of won for Black, but still the game will go on for some time. Now people are probably calculating what does this mean if Ukraine wins the game or match, they will be first, but how about second, third?
The other medals, those were, it's, you know, it's medal, you have prize, and it's very important for the federations to have any type of medal. Yeah,
regarding women's section, we can conclude a few things. So, Poland champions, have you noticed maybe some of them around? Is Kotelbar already packed with people?
With the Polish people?
Yeah.
No, I've not seen Polish people here. They probably left. I have seen some players leaving the hotel, going somewhere as a group, like for instance Team Azerbaijan, because I had to go outside to buy a water, and I saw them. Very likely they want to use this sunny weather and the last day in Batumi, and to have a dinner before the closing ceremony. So I would say that they are somewhere in some restaurant celebrating. It is something to celebrate about. And then what I noticed in the playing venue was very nice. You see in this board, if we bring the women's
okay,
women's camera.
let's bring the another.
Yeah, this women's camera. There is this screen there with all the boards. There are like 40 boards there. 20 men open, 20 women, and there are some players there standing and analyzing the games. I saw Giri was there, talking with his team captain from Netherlands. Rajabov was there as well, talking with Giri, and then Eltat also joined them. So they were standing there. I think there's like same group of people still standing there, observing the games and analyzing it. But although it is in the playing venue, it's quite far from the action, and I don't believe that anyone gets disturbed with that.
So, just to say, so Poland 16 points, Ukraine 14, then we have Germany, so all 3 medals are taken, and then Bulgaria, Armenia 4 and 5, and then a big group sharing 6th place. In the women's section, in terms of games in progress, not many have left, so we have the one you're following. This is Kostenjuk. We will bring the board a bit later, but Teodora Ignac is still playing. Joanka Huska versus Marina Brunello, Laura Unuk Joka Gal, Mai Narva Kitadze, Kesaria Megalaze is still playing. So there are still some games in progress. We can go full screen and show you our tour with cameras so that you could see whom do you have left. Our first match in the open section, then second match, third, Spain versus Hungary, this is, then we have Italy versus Romania, Georgia 2 versus Armenia, they've already won the match, Slovenia versus Lithuania, Turkey versus Greece. In the women's section, we have this Georgia playing versus Switzerland, Georgia 2. That's about it for the moment. So let's bring the board. So I will add to show you current games. I need to find them for a moment. So this is the game we're following. Kostenjuk is pressing. The current situation is this one. And it seems that she's just totally winning. A splendid tournament for Alexandra, winning 1 by 1. Then Teodora Ignac, this is current state of affairs here. White is better, but she will need to work for a while. Then in the same match we have this game where white is just winning. So win for Czech Republic, Hoska versus Marina Brunello. I need to figure it out where is which king. Okay, this is just winning for black. Sedina in this position. So yeah, black is just totally winning. Laura Unuk versus Joka Gal. Okay, Laura is pressing, but black will defend for some time. Then Mainara versus Kitadze. Not so simple. White is slightly better, but the game goes on. Board next to them, Megalaze versus Olde. Black is pressing, Margaret is better. Nia is the one probably winning here. She just needs to find a winning combination. Ooh, and it's nice. Bishop e2, I love it.
Oh, nice. If you take,
That's
then you lose the
very
queen.
nice. And if you don't take anyway, you're losing. So I'm curious to find out, will this happen on the board? So she's still thinking.
Yeah, I just feel so weird to see Alexandra Kostyuk not fighting for the gold medal rather than to play on the lower boards. But about 2 years ago, she's changed her federation to Switzerland. As I know, she's also the citizen of Switzerland, or honorary person in the country, and she represents now this team.
So, while we are waiting for this thing to happen in the game between Blokhin Dongwani, maybe we can go with the camera at least to our main match. By the way, this bishop e2 is the only move which
she needs to find.
Which clinches the win.
We have Azerbaijan and Serbia still in progress. Rauf Mamedov is still deep in his variations, not the best scenario.
No, it's over. It's basically game over, but let's go with the camera to the next board. This one is much more
we had the polls in our YouTube chat, and 422 people voted. Thank you guys, that's really, really nice. So remember, Azerbaijan was always leading in this poll, and now 42 people. It's changed. Thinks that Ukraine is going to win the competition.
So Nia still thinking either to play this bishop e2 or not. So she's burning a lot of time. Maybe we can have an update, Keti, on 2700, because
now I was looking at that.
Several players have finished their tournament.
So we talked about Kemar and Giri situation. Kemar overtook Giri after this tournament. He's getting 8.7 ratings. Giri is getting 3.1. The next in the list is Shahriar Mamedov. She was actually getting plus how much?
A lot, yeah.
8 or so, and now he's just getting plus 0.2. This loss was painful in many sense. Then Richard Rapport is gaining really nicely, plus 12.2. He had a really nice event in this European teams. And then Van Forest also getting a tiny little bit by the rating, and Igor Kovalenko plus 15. And we talked about this player earlier, that he has not played for 3.5 years, and he just came back in this year, 2025. And the first tournament he played in Poland, it was not very successful for him, but seems like he's now back on track.
Yeah, fabulous player. So I'm so happy to see him on board back again, and he's really playing a fabulous chess in this event. Let's go back with the camera to the playing hall. Let's go to our main match. That's Ukraine for the moment, since Serbia has finished. Unfortunately, Nia didn't see this bishop e2, so queen g6 was played. So let's go back, let's go with the full screen. So just to prepare the setup, I will show you that that Injic. Hang on. Yeah, Injic is winning easily. He just pushes the pawn.
Why he's thinking is probably after h6 there's queen to f7. h6 might not be the correct move.
No, that they already left, I think.
Ah, really?
Yeah, it's a new position. Current position.
Okay, yeah, he didn't play it.
Yeah, current position is this one. But more interesting is Adam Skorobov, Kovalenko Jones, and McShane Samonenko. What's like the only scenario how England can win this match? So that they draw 2 games and here some miracle happens. Okay, queen is there, king is marching. It's not so unexpected, I would say. This can happen.
Yeah.
Since enough pieces are there to create something. So I wouldn't say that this game and this match is still over.
No, absolutely not. We have all the heavy pieces on the board, exposed king for black. White's king at this moment is safe, but you can leave this king alone for a long time. Now c2 pawn is actually under attack. White to move, and white can start to give a lot of checks, but also black has a lot of pieces around, so there's a way to hide the king.
I want to add that we should go maybe to Spain versus Hungary, because there white has completely misplayed it. So let's bring a board. So white was dominating, everything was under control. Let's bring the board. White was winning. This is like a dead loss position, but the tables were turned, and suddenly UEFA has found a way how to create something from nothing, and it seems that he is winning. What a turnaround. c4, why c4 is important? Okay, it's important just to push the pawn probably, because white cannot push the d pawn because of checkmate. And yeah, black will win the game, which is crazy. Which is very crazy. So UEFA is there to secure a match point to Spain. So now it's his turn. How to react?
What's the correct move? Many moves possible, right?
Yeah, it's not so simple. Rook b2. Okay, the point might be some rook b1. I don't know, I'm just guessing. It's really tough to play. It's really tough. Sometimes I feel like regretting that I'm not there. I was playing many times for national team, Olympiad, European teams. But somehow, when I see how tough is it, it's really tough.
It is very
Take a look now of this game. Let's go with the camera. We can even go full screen. So Tamas was playing a great game. He's winning +3, and then you make a mistake, and now it's -7. Totally
one
lost.
mistake, yeah.
And he's aware that he cannot make a move. Bishop cannot move anywhere. He's completely stuck. This is some kind of zugzwang. Take a look of the position. Let's bring the board back. You cannot move the bishop. You cannot push d6 because of checkmate. Bishop cannot come on any square. Queen cannot move because this is a checkmate. Okay, if queen goes to g4, this is the only square, but not changing anything.
Yeah, not threatening
Yeah.
anything.
If rook moves, also you're not threatening anything. You're not threatening anything.
Pawn push, then h2 is a checkmate.
But rook b1 is just coming. So it's so desperate position that he will probably resign. So let's go full screen.
Kind of Zugzwang, right?
Yeah, let's go full screen. Maybe it's not great. I have big respect towards my colleagues. I played against many of them, but I'm trying to emphasize and to show you how tough this moment is.
The handshake. Yeah.
This is a really, really tough situation to handle. Yeah. What a sequence. Chess is a really cruel game sometimes because you need to be precise for like 5 hours.
I actually prefer to play individual games than team games because probably it matters how friend are you with the team members and how professional is this relations. But it's too much pressure, you know. Some players can put a lot of pressure on
If they had won the match, they would have taken a medal maybe. So that might cost them heavily.
So how many points? 12?
So they could have gotten to 12 if Netherlands loses.
They could tie.
Yeah. What a painful defeat. Yeah, life goes on. What to do? Let's move on. Let's go back. So let's see Germany versus Netherlands.
Are they sharing the medals as well if there's a tie, or we have the?
I really don't know. Yeah, I really don't know.
Because some tournaments they decided to share it with the.
Here? No.
At World Cup they have third and fourth places.
They are not
medals.
sharing. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't understand. Now Svane is better, but probably it's a draw. So what do we have in that match? Yeah, so they just need a draw. Yeah. So Germany winning the match, coming back to very top. Okay, 6. Yeah, it will be a draw. Probably. But still, there is a lot to play on. For example, like this. Possible line. Okay, rook f8 better. King goes. King goes. And probably you cannot improve the position. And that's it. A draw. So what do we have left here? So Ingi still playing, Adams playing, McShane playing, Kovalenko.
Yeah, McShane and...
Lodici, that game will last forever. Hakobian playing, Stamatis, Stremavicius, Malek, Brkic, Croatia, Kirill Georgiev. You know, I love this moment. Bring the board, please. So you take a look. So I came at this moment, somewhere around here. C4 was pushed. And you know, Kirill Georgiev was always having this posture of, like when he feels that he's the one who will torture his opponent, that he will try to put an emphasis on his move, keep his hand a little bit longer. And okay, basically that's gone. He's now not a top player, barely above 2,500. Times when he was playing versus Kasparov and others are all gone. But I just came to the playing hall at that moment when he played c4 in this position. He's winning, but that pawn push, this c4 was like lasting for like 20 seconds, and then he pressed it. And so it was like time machine. I went like 20 years backwards when I was following his games, and somehow I felt happy for him. At least there was one. Has he won a game? Yeah, in the first round, and then making 2 draws, losing 1 game. So
Very
it was
tough opponent.
Yeah, it was better. But the funny is, his opponent is 2,200, but still, he was making move like he was playing versus Kasparov or Karl. So for me, it was like part of, I don't know, chess history and my chess history. So I was happy to see this moment once again, the way how he was
habits,
showing that his old style is still around.
Nice, very nice.
Yeah, so Kiro is winning the game. Unfortunately, we don't have a camera, but on that board, but that one
Let's
is
get
finishing.
Back Ukraine versus UK. We are witnessing the last minute.
Yeah, let's stay there. You're right.
Last board, and seems like Igor actually just managed to outplay his opponent in the better position, and now he will force the queen trade, and this is winning endgame.
But this is show of a huge strength. Being able to outplay his opponent from that tough game, tough position, important in terms of team standings.
Well, seems like the other boards might end in a draw, so this is the decisive game.
Yeah, big kudos for Ihor. We don't have him on the live list, but here he will gain something like probably 20 points. 20 points at least. First round won versus Marcus Serbia, making draws and now winning. Big kudos.
I'm looking at the board. Oh yeah, he's actually on the board 5 substitute board. He has the first position, so he will also get additional medal for that. Just checking how much rating he's getting from this event. Very nice event for him. And he has played all the games, right? Or he skipped some of it. Let me check that. He played all the 9 games. And he's getting 10 points.
Only?
Only 10 points, yeah.
Yeah, I would have expected more.
And he played, the performance is 26.69. So 100 points rating more performance at this tournament. Oh, I think there was some suggestion to offer a draw.
To whom?
What was that? I saw the team captain. They have to wait this game to end, right? First. Oh, this is a very exciting moment for Team Ukraine. All of them are having very nice positions.
Yeah, this is like
no risk.
Splendid match.
Korobov extra pawn in the rook endgame. 2 extra pawns, in fact. Kovalenko also has extra pawn.
Yeah, they have, take a look, let's bring the board. So 2 pawns up, here they are like marching towards victory, a pawn up, so not a bad situation.
Look at Korobov, is he smiling?
Yeah, he's smiling.
Can we go full screen maybe? And this is the moment you just cannot sit down on the board. You want to move. You want to celebrate.
I know them, and that there will be
Celebration?
big celebration.
Big celebration.
Okay, some
They
players
deserve.
will celebrate more than others. You try to guess it yourself.
Yes. No, like, you know what? They totally deserve this victory.
Yes.
They were amazing, all of them. They delivered on every board, including their captain.
Especially situation in which their country is. This is something really huge.
That's what I want to, like, it is the trauma you can never get rid of from your life. Because I'm also from the country, I know how does it mean. And then you're playing against the people who don't have this kind of background traumas. And this is just amazing. Are they talking? Yeah, the board 4, they agreed on a draw. There was a draw offer. Giri is there. I see Giri in a few years being a team captain, you know, of some strong team. And
Kovalenko just
leader.
made a draw.
And Korbo, he still has to play. I kind of have a feeling that he already is celebrating. What are the chances on the... it's draw, yeah?
Yes.
It's draw. And on the last board, I don't need to do the magic. The pawn is just rolling. White cannot stop that. Now rook. We don't have the board. Can we have the board of Makshin and Samorenko?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, this one. So now rook e5, rook h5 is the best move. You guard b5 pawn. You want to play rook h5 to cut the rook from h file. And there's even this way, right? To give a check first, rook e4, king b5, and rook e5. Then I think it's more clear. It goes king g3. That's another option.
Yeah, threatening rook e4, rook h4.
Yeah, and if you take b5 pawn and gain rook e5, very nice move.
Anyway, he's just winning.
Look, Makshin, not so sure. He tried to make his move. He's a bit stressed.
So, Keti, what an event! Really, I'm so happy with the level of players, fighting spirit, and everything. And somehow I regret that it's over, but the European Club Cup is coming, what, in 5 days?
Yeah.
So Saturday is arrival day, Sunday 18th we will have first round, Gukesh playing, Ergaisi is playing, Kamer playing, Giri if I'm not mistaken. We can even check, maybe you can check the list. I can do it as well, if you wish. I will do it. My laptop is a little bit slower because of all those Windows games. So if
I have to admit that I don't regret that it's ending because I'm really tired, to be honest. It has been long days, also for us, even longer than the players. But so far, what we have seen, it was just so pleasure to see this kind of fighting spirit.
It was awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah.
So someone is saying that classical chess is dead, maybe on top 5 level or in World Championship match, but anything besides that, it's completely fine. Let's combine the camera from the playing hall not to miss a moment. And we have a handshake. And I think that was, let's go full screen. I think that was also a congratulation for winning the title.
So, please don't cover the cameras. No, we want to see.
Arbiter.
we want to see.
We need to make some kind of course for arbiters
Yeah.
to realize that.
Oh, this is the
not
best
now.
moment.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
No, unfortunately not.
Ah.
Do we have another angle?
Wow, so nice, so nice.
Yes, we
at
have.
the age of 16, Ihor is the one who lets his team win the title gold medal. Beliavsky is so happy, smiling. Well, this last game is still in progress, and Korbov cannot even sit down on the
Yes.
board. He just wants
Yes.
to celebrate it. Look at Michal Chishin. Congratulations.
Let's switch the next board because I see that. Look, As, do you want to analyze?
Are they serious? They will analyze now? Oh, wow.
Okay. But Ihor is super
Beliavsky,
calm.
look at him, so happy, such a precious moment.
Yeah, big kudos to Ukraine. They deserve it fully, and when it was critical moment today, they performed much better than Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
They did a really
Quality,
great job.
Yeah. We were thinking that maybe all the leaders will lose today because it was not going on their way. But you know, the nerves, they control nerves better. They control the nerves better. You mentioned about Igor not showing too much. The guy has emotions. I don't know. He's just like that, and you know, this might also help him to win in the most decisive result in the last round.
So I have
nerves.
trauma from 2017. Croatia was playing fantastically. We were sharing third place in the end, leading the field after 5 rounds. For example, I'm playing for Croatian team. I was playing board number 4, but sometimes board number 3. Suddenly I see, I don't know, Aronyan somewhere far away. Then Adams. Russia was at that time also a member of the European Chess Union. So I don't know, Nepo. They're playing like in a second row. Some cameras on our main match, and actually we ended up sharing third, but we didn't take a medal.
Okay.
There was
okay.
last round dispute because Ukraine wanted to overtake Azerbaijan, but if things were not going that way, they wanted to make a draw to be third, and they had this better criteria. But those last moments, I was really like, I don't know how to explain this when you're playing on this big stage. So let's go back to Korobo.
We need to have always the board on the screen.
Yes.
This is the last day.
Yes.
Let's have it.
This is the last move of the. But it's funny how Beliavsky, he still thinks, is it possible to win or something? He's calculating, although they already have won the title. Regarding
Okay, Korbov can still win it. Like you still find the best moves, you know, to cover. So I have the list you asked earlier about the Club Cup. That's going to happen very soon, and you guys make sure that you follow a YouTube channel of ECU and all the social media, because you don't want to miss any of the actions, because we do have a lot of stars at the Club Cup in Rhodos.
So more than 100 teams. It's open and men and women's section, 6 players playing, which is different comparing to this European team event. It's not 9 rounds, it's 7 rounds. Rate of play, it's the same, but it's a little bit more different because we can see players outside of Europe competing. Maybe just to name few, Keti, to name a few top players.
Yeah, the first seeded is Arjun Erigaisi, 2773. The second seeded is Anish Kiri, Vincent Gamer, Veyi Gukesh, Shahrir Mamediarov, Richard Rapport, Fidosip. A lot of players from this event.
Exactly.
But they will not necessarily, like teammates in this competition, not necessarily are the teammates in the other competition, which also makes it very interesting because, you know, you might be from same country, but you might be friends with the others, like from other country, and the European Cup is very good in that matter because I think they have more dynamics and more energy in this tournament. And they are more relaxed, I believe, than in the national team.
Yeah, it's
competitions.
because it's also a place where a lot of amateurs, chess lovers, enthusiasts are coming. So it's not just playing top level chess, and sometimes it's funny to see them like engaged in some blitz. I know that Mamedyarov
he
was
loves to
always
do
in
that,
the evening
yes.
sitting there. If you wish, you can come and join him, play bullet chess against him or something with odds. So yeah, that's really a special thing.
Exactly. So this is going to happen very soon, and you guys, please make sure you are joining us in. And right now we are witnessing the last moment, last game, very important last day at European Team Championship. This game is not decider. They can just make a draw. But
Yeah, as I said, Michael Adams, he was really a fabulous player. For number 4, playing versus Kasparov. I know the story, for example, Garry Kasparov last tournament, Linares 2004 or 5, 2004, but I'm not sure now. You see, before I would immediately tell 100% the right year, but now I'm not sure. So Garry Kasparov last tournament, he lost his last game versus Topalov. It was a pawn's end game. Garry miscalculated, and I think that Topalov in the end won the tournament. Garry needed a draw to win it, misplayed it, and that was a loss. But the round prior to that, he was playing versus Adams, and you can find somewhere on the internet a video where they are playing, and there is analysis. And it was funny, during Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb, there was one performance prior to the drawing of lots, and one person asked me to help a bit, and I suggested that we can go with Garry Kasparov's game versus Adams. So players were like sitting, you have Magnus, you have Gukesh, others, and suddenly it's Sicilian, Adams was pushing, Garry was reorganizing, and then counter-attack, and it was like really spectacular in the end. So many of them knew, but some of them were like watching the game for the first time, and it was quite impressive with some music in behind. But you can find that video of analysis.
okay.
So whatever Michael suggests, it was like opposite colors, opposite castles. Whatever Michael suggests, Garry plays knight before, bum 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 bum, mate. Michael suggests something less, bum 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 bum, sacrifice mate. It was Najdorf and bishop 8. And after the game, you know what? After the tournament, Garry announced his retirement. And after the tournament, Michael says, "I really don't know why this guy is going to the retirement. He in our game, I didn't see 10% of what he did. So I don't really get it why he's leaving, because the way how he plays is still crazy."
Amazing. That probably made him feel very bad, because if
But
Garry
you can
was
find
retired,
this. This was really, like, for me, super impressive. Okay, Mickey is a different kind of player, and he has different kind of skills. But anyway, it was quite impressive. Okay, so let's check what's left. We have also let's make a stroll with cameras. So
nothing much left, actually.
Yeah, so this is one angle. We have our winners covered with 2 angles. This is one. Then we have the same match with another one. Then we can move on. This is Romania versus Italy. We had also a few more. Turkey versus Greece. Also we have Georgia versus Armenia. Okay, that's it, I think, what we have from the open section. Then we can move on with the women's section. This is Estonia versus Georgia 3 with Mai Narva versus Kirtadze. Then we have Laura Unuk playing Joka Gal. Yeah, we can stay here. Let's bring the board. Let's just briefly check what's going on in that game. Laura was pushing for most of the time. Joka is the one who is playing really long games. She's fighting hard. You will see how is the current situation. They are super low on time. This is the position. F5 just been played, and it's a draw. So E6 was a mistake. Laura wanted to speed up the process, and now it's a draw. Matjaž Mikac is checking the game from the side. I am captain of Slovenian women's team. Queen G2 played, and it's White's turn to come up with something. The clock is ticking. Last minute.
Seconds, 55 seconds.
So what to do? Probably just to force a draw with Queen E7. And Queen goes to E8. Okay, that's a good try. Forcing the only move, Bishop D4. And Joka is about to play it. Yes, Bishop goes to D4. And now Laura needs to find the only move. This is Bishop F5, Bishop sec, to get some space for her king. Probably it was not planned. "20 seconds. She's shocked. Will she see Bishop F5? That's not easy move at all, and she took it. Strong play from both sides. These are our last two games of the women event. Bishop F5 has been played. And I think that in open section everything is over. I think we don't have a single game, so these are the last moments of the open section, of the women's section and the whole tournament. bishop f5 was played. We can conclude that in the open section, Ukraine won the event, Azerbaijan and Serbia are sharing second, Georgia too sharing fourth place. This is wow.
This is crazy.
And then, so Georgia to Germany, Netherlands, then sharing seventh place. Is Romania still playing? Is that game over or not?
Yes, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, they are still playing.
It was really.
No,
it finished in the open section. We just.
So Michael Adams probably made a draw.
Yeah. There was no one for Korobov in the room to celebrate, so he rushed out to celebrate.
Maybe we can go like a bird view to see what's left in the playing hall. There are some still games left. I don't know what do we have on the camera. In progress. Let's go back to Slovenia to finish last moment of that game. So it's a draw. They are heading towards a perpetual, and Laura is aware that she has misplayed it, and it's a draw. She was having a normal tournament, playing quite well. Joka started bad but then recovered. Okay, now they will just repeat the moves. King will go to h5 and we will see a perpetual. There is nothing to try. Yeah, we can go full screen. They are repeating. Laura unhappy with the outcome, but it's probably something, which happens when you're tired. Playing first board, it's not easy at all to play against those strong players. King will go back, King h2, and they will just repeat the moves. Yep.
Yeah, Karl Joka always finds last things hidden in the game, and very impressive player, young player, and probably gonna see her on the top level in a few years. All right, shall we summarize the day? Because we have to get ready for the closing ceremony, and some of us also fly out today from Georgia.
Yes, exactly. That's my case.
So, one more round, right? To summarize, we do have in the women's section, Poland, amazing tournament. They have won convincingly. Followed by Ukraine, also had a wonderful tournament. They are clear second, and Germany also did a great job, because even if you lose in the last match, and you get the bronze medal, it means that you did a great job before. Then we have Bulgaria, Armenia sharing the fourth and the fifth place, and Georgia was the second. It's probably upsetting for the host country to not see in their team also been rating leaders as the top three. They got the seventh position, shared the seventh position. Is there anything in the women's section was something upsetting for you or surprising throughout this?
Okay, Georgia won. I've expected a bit more from the beginning. Players like Zhuko and Olshenina, they did a good job. Also, some players were struggling on the first board. Zagnizde, then Ignac, which was something unexpected. Kostenyuk was playing very well, Stavrula, Solakidu. So some players have shown their strength and being great leaders of the team. So there were some upsets and ups and downs. Checkmates blundered in one.
One wave, yeah.
So regarding that, we cannot say that it was not so interesting. It was very, very interesting.
It's very dramatic in some moments as well.
Yeah, Georgian youngsters are the one to follow in the future.
Yeah, indeed. So then in the open section, we do have a very beautiful moment of Team Ukraine winning this competition. Big congratulations to them, and they were very impressive. They got 16 points, and silver medal was bronze medal.
Just to interrupt you, let's go with the camera. We have Lupulescu probably making a draw.
Is this?
Ivan Sokolo is congratulate him since that was enough for the.
Is this top boards or not?
This is Romania versus Italy, so they were leading. So Black is winning in the final position, but Ivan is congratulate his player probably that if it's drawn, that whatever you did, it's important only that we won our match.
Exactly.
So
Romania actually has 15th position. They somewhere missed something, right? With a deck on the first board. Against who?
It is against Italy.
Italy.
So they won the match, so they're coming to
13.
To 12 points.
12 points. Maybe it's enough to get top.
Yeah,
10.
they will share.
Yeah.
They will share the 4th place.
So to summarize this as well, Azerbaijan had a painful loss.
Mm-hmm.
I see you got over of Shahriar's loss after some time, but it took you quite long for it. And then we have Serbia. Serbia played really nicely at the first part of the tournament, and then somewhere in the middle they lost it, and they came back again, and the bronze medal is not bad. Then we have Georgia, Germany, Netherlands, and Romania sharing the end. Yeah, Romania just joined right now. In this section, how would you summarize the tournament?
It was super level. Mm-hmm. I would say that I never seen that from like top 15 teams, each match you're not sure who is winning. That was not the case before. You had countries dominating, but this event has shown that now in Europe it's so unclear who is the leader. So it's very interesting, and I'm really happy that we have that kind of balanced competition, because then there is some unexpected results coming, which is something we like to see in sports.
Absolutely, we do like to see that. We had it all: blunders, checkmates, beautiful tactics, even a great gift we had in some of the games. We had some upsets to some heartbreaking moments. We had a team spirit. We had legends of chess in this tournament, and it was a very, very busy 9 days for us.
Yeah, it was tough. Sometimes it's easier to follow one round robin with 5 games per day. Here you need to focus on a lot of things simultaneously. We also wanted to put an emphasis on women chess. There are really some interesting players around and coming, and hopefully we've touched many things. Of course, we apologize for some technical issues and any other inconvenience. But for me, Keti, it was a really big pleasure to work with you. You are always super positive. Of course, everyone knows you well. It's not something new, but anyway, thanks for your support, being positive,
nice.
and enthusiasm and everything for the last 10 days.
Oh, thank you very much. It was our second time working together. The first one was in the Rapid and Blitz. It was very short tournament, a lot of more dynamic. Here it was more, let's say, steady and longer. And it was very nice to have your insights and the stories that you are in the chess world for so many years, know so many players closely, have some ideas too. I still remember this bishop f3 idea that I actually got in my head. This is something that I have never seen through these 24, 5 years that I'm playing chess. So thank you very much for being also great co-host. And we have to also point it out that we had our third commentator. Our chat was a bit late, 15 minutes delay, but you guys were also very helpful, suggesting some of the boards, giving us the information about the players and some statistics too, and being with us. So it was really, really nice. Thank you very much for watching, and I think we can just call it a day.
Wrap it up. So see you very soon. European Club Cup in Greece, Rhodes, is starting on Saturday. So greetings from Batumi, Georgia.
Hi.
Smart. Free eSIM, smarter. At Global Cell, we believe in empowering connection on and off the chessboard. That's why we've partnered with the European Chess Union to bring you a gift as strategic as the game itself. A free eSIM with 100 megabytes of data. Staying connected has never been this simple. Just scan the QR code, install your eSIM, and enjoy seamless global connectivity. Global Cell supports over 190 countries. Global Cell and the European Chess Union, a checkmate for connectivity.